Chapter 7:23. Upon seeing the bar so quiet that he could hear the breathing of some people, Klein was taken aback for 2 seconds before he strode in. As though nothing had happened, he walked straight to the bar counter. "I'll have to change my appearance the next time I come," he thought in frustration as he nearly covered his face with his hand. Previously, Akfa didn't know that German Sparrow had successfully hunted slaughterer Curtius. This made Klein believe that the latest news about him hadn't reached the city of generosity. Therefore, he boldly came to the seaweed bar. To his surprise, the problem lay in the fact that Akfa was far from adventurer circles. News of the crazy adventurer's infamy had already spread among the pirates around the Rorstad archipelago. With a silent sigh, Klein sat in front of the bar counter and rapped the wooden board. "A glass of Southville beer. 6 pence. The bartender swallowed a mouthful of saliva with great difficulty. Klein took out a few copper pennies and placed them in front of him. Without a change in expression, he asked, "What's the situation recently?" The bartender accepted the penny and carefully delivered the beer to German Sparrow. Then, he squeezed out a smile. Then, he forced a smile and said, "Admiral Amirius Revolt has been transferred back to Bakeland. Admiral Robert Davis has replaced him, becoming the highest commander of the kingdom's navy in these waters. The situation in the archipelago is a little tense. Many pirate crews have sent people to gather information. Admiral Amirius was ultimately implicated by his younger brother and lost his current position. However, as long as he doesn't directly participate in it, with his status as a demigod, nothing worse can happen. At the very least, his treatment as an admiral can be maintained. Nothing will happen to his family. Once things calm down, he might even have the chance to continue being a high-ranking member of the Navy." Klein gulped down a mouthful of beer and casually asked, "Which family is Robert Davis from?" "No, he's not from a noble background. He's one of the few people who went from a low-ranking officer to an admiral. In the Berserk Sea, Sonia Island, and East Balam, he has earned countless meritorious deeds." The bartender recalled the recent newspaper praises of Admiral Robert Davis and paused. "But I heard that he is sponsored by many nobles." In the present Royal Navy, at least 80% of the generals are from the royal family or nobles, or have close ties with the royal family or nobles. The remaining 20% are basically at the level of brigadier and rear admiral. Klein had long learned of this situation from Amirius Revolt's documents. In comparison, the army was much better. Seeing that German Sparrow didn't ask any more questions and seemed to be focused on drinking, the bartender changed the subject. "In the past 2 to 3 months, the resistance has been very active. They have been constantly attempting to destroy the railways or block the roads, giving the Governor-General's office a headache. They have no choice but to send a large number of troops to protect the traffic, but the resistance seldom clashes with them. I know that. It's all according to my plan. In a place where the ratio of natives and mixed bloods is as high as 80%, it's not too difficult for the resistance to obtain accurate intelligence. Together with external funding, it's not a problem for them to survive for a short period of time. The reason why they were in such a dangerous situation in the past was because of that sea serpent Cavituous's lack of reason. He always made them attack cities to occupy key points and fight the Rouen Kingdom's navy and army head-on." Klein mumbled as he drank another mouthful of beer in a good mood. He also warned the resistance not to be too active. If they forced the Governor-General's office into an extremely difficult situation, the Rouen Kingdom might very well send a Sequence 5 Beyonder who was good at tracking, or even a demigod Beyonder to assist them. With the resistance's strength, it was impossible for them to resist. Under the instructions given to them by Klein in the name of Sea God, they were to maintain and slightly improve the situation, waiting for the situation in the world to change. This wasn't too far off. According to the feedback given by Miss Justice, the hanging man had made a certain judgment. That was, as long as the Rouen kingdom completed its internal reform of the bureaucratic system, allowing the original and newly added ironclad fleet to form a combat force, a war against the southern continent's colonies would be inevitable. After quietly drinking and listening to the bartender's recount, Klein put on his hat, got up, left the bar counter, and returned to his hotel. Along the way, he saw a bronze-skinned child with slightly curly hair and a native dressed in a brown jacket and wide-legged pants. These people either avoided him in fear, not daring to raise their heads, or shrunk to the side as they looked at Klein with complicated gazes. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up helplessly as he returned to his hotel room in silence. He didn't immediately change his appearance and head to the various bars to search for pirates, because those fellows would definitely be in hiding tonight and wouldn't appear again. Just as Klein planned on exploring Roselle's travels, there was a sudden knock on his door. Without asking, all he did was grab the doorknob, and the visitor's appearance naturally surfaced in his mind. It was a middle-aged man, wearing a dark red coat and white trousers. He wore a boat-shaped hat, and there were obvious wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, forehead, and mouth. He was none other than the captain of the White Agate, a member of the military, just Erland. Impressive. Just as the news of my appearance in Byam spread, you managed to find out which hotel I'm staying in. Of course, it's also because I didn't conceal myself and directly used my identification documents to register. Klein twisted the doorknob, pulled the door open, and politely said, "Good evening." "Good evening. I'm very happy that you're back in Byam." Erland took off his hat and entered the room without any reservations. "What's the matter?" Klein pulled a chair over and sat down. Erland immediately sat opposite him and chuckled. "Isn't visiting friends the most important thing? He really knows how to talk. It's a pity that Anderson has already left, otherwise I would have gotten him to learn from him." Klein was inexplicably touched. He maintained his usual posture and looked into Erland's eyes. "All right, you've already visited." Erland seemed to have expected such an answer as he smiled. "Do you still remember Donna? Of course, she and her brother are both very cute. I wonder if they've walked out of the shadow of being threatened by me and have lost the curiosity of the mysterious world." Klein calmly replied, "I don't have amnesia. Forgetting some unimportant things is good for the health of our minds." Didn't Roselle the Great say that?" Erland explained simply, "Didn't you tell Donna's father that if he needed help, he could place an advertisement for Demir's special cured meat in the Sonia Morning Post for 3 days in a row? He did so during this period of time. Unfortunately, you weren't in Byam or the nearby waters." And then? Seeing how relaxed Erland was, Klein intuitively believed that Donna's family hadn't encountered anything too serious. Erland chuckled. "I heard your conversation back then, and after I discovered the advertisement, I went to visit their family according to the address. As you know, Donna is an adorable young lady who always reminds me of my daughter. The matter isn't complicated. Erdy, who's also Donna's father, had a batch of very valuable goods stolen by Crazy Captain. This made his financial situation very bad. Although it wasn't to the extent of bankruptcy, his life would definitely be a lot more difficult. Therefore, he wanted to entrust you to retrieve the goods. I knew you weren't in Byam back then, so I could only use my own channels to get Erdy to retrieve the goods at a relatively low price." Crazy Captain? Klein first found the nickname familiar before he recalled where he had heard it before. According to the red-haired Elaine, the slaves that Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy transported for the Demonist sect were all handed over to Crazy Captain Connors Victor. The latter seemed to have close ties with many slave merchants and human traffickers in the Rouen kingdom, and this involved the truth behind the disappearance of the colonial population and the Great Smog of Bakeland. I've always wanted to investigate this matter. Back when I attacked Tracy, half of the reason was because of this. Unfortunately, I didn't succeed. Later on, I was busy acting as a digestive agent and searching for mermaids, so I temporarily gave up the investigation. Klein's thoughts raced as he asked without a change in expression. "Where's crazy Captain now?" "Ertie has already retrieved the goods," Erland hissed, emphasizing that the matter had been resolved. Klein looked at him and repeated, "Where's Connors Victor now? Where's Connors Victor now?" Erland shook his head in exasperation. "I don't know, but his subordinates are still in Byam trying to gather information. As you know, Admiral Amirius has returned to Bakeland. With Admiral Davis here, many things will change. The pirates also need to keep abreast of the latest situation. Therefore, I'm guessing that Connors's ship is anchored in the shadows of a nearby island, but it's only a guess. There's no way to confirm it." Klein clasped his hands and listened in silence. "Thank you." Erland exhaled and looked out the window. His expression quickly turned solemn. "I came to you today to tell you that your performance was too outstanding. The higher-ups are beginning to pay attention to you. A powerhouse who can easily kill Curtius won't be ignored. It's best you don't use this identity to register for lodgings, otherwise there might be trouble that's hard to deal with." Klein nodded seriously. "All right." He was very grateful for Captain Erland's warning, but he didn't show it. After Captain Erland left, Klein immediately changed his appearance and changed hotels to ensure that his whereabouts weren't locked onto by the military. After doing all of this, he began considering the matter of finding crazy Captain Connors Victor. To others, this would be extremely difficult, but Klein had a trick up his sleeve. That was to use the sea god's scepter to communicate with the underwater creatures in the nearby waters. As long as Connors Victor was in the waters of the Rorstad archipelago, he wouldn't be able to hide from Klein. Of course, that was under the premise that he had enough time to search for him. P.S. Update before making changes. Chapter 724. After entering the world above the gray fog, Klein reached out to summon the sea god's scepter from the junk pile and browsed through the countless points of light that lingered around the sealed artifact. Every point of light corresponded to a believer's prayer. As the light swirled, it was holy and ethereal. Soon, Klein used his mind to do a preliminary screening. His goal was to focus on the parts that originated from the sea and not the island. After isolating the sea god's scepter above the gray fog, he was no longer able to directly use this divine artifact to sense the surrounding sea and perform effective operations. He needed to use the scenes of the believer's prayers as a base to expand it by 5 nautical miles and influence the corresponding seabed creatures. Klein's spirituality spread out and touched one of the points of light. He saw the daily prayers of the natives on a fishing boat before it returned to port in the evening. With the change in Klein's mind, the scene's perspective rapidly increased. The surrounding clouds accumulated, and the dark scenes of the undulating waves were included more and more. There were already signs of a storm brewing a few hours ago? That's right. When I went out previously, I found the environment rather repressive. That's why Erland said that crazy Captain Connors's ship was likely parked in the shadows of a nearby island. He's trying to avoid the storm. Klein tapped the edge of the long, mottled table as he muttered to himself. With such an inference, his subsequent search would be much easier. This was because he didn't need to search the vast sea. All he needed to do was pay attention to the vicinity of the different islands in the sea. With a thought, a blue gem suddenly lit up at the tip of the sea god's scepter in Klein's hand. In the sea that no longer had any fishing boats, the crimson moonlight illuminated the dark blue waves that were nearly black. Suddenly, water splashed up silently as a pair of exaggerated eyes that looked up at the sky appeared on the surface of the sea. Beneath the eyes was a massive silhouette. At the same time, fish floated to the surface of the water, all of them of different species. They received the blurry light that scattered down from the sky and circled around before sinking down and heading off in different directions. About 10 seconds later, the waters within 5 nautical miles returned to their previous state. The dark blue waves that were nearly black grew taller, waiting for the final eruption. Phew! That's a little exhausting. Klein raised his left hand and rubbed his temples. Just now, he was not simply driving the sea creatures. He had endowed them with a certain degree of extraordinary spirituality, so that when they discovered the ships docked near the island, they could transmit the images they saw back in the form of prayer. This wasn't something too difficult or complicated for the sea god scepter, but for the controller, Klein, it was a huge burden and consumed a lot of energy. Then, Klein selected prayers around different islands in the archipelago and used the same method to issue orders to the marine creatures in the corresponding areas. After doing all of this, he couldn't be bothered to throw the sea god's scepter back into the junk pile. He returned to the real world, took off his coat, and fell into bed. Having exhausted his spirituality to the extreme, he thought he would fall asleep, but to his surprise, his head was empty and painful, making him unable to open his eyes and enter the dream. Klein could clearly feel that his skin was protruding as if he was having an allergic reaction, and hidden beneath them were countless granules. Indeed, just as Mr. the Hanging Man had said, if one's spirituality is in a state of exhaustion for 2 consecutive days, one will definitely experience auditory hallucinations and show signs of losing control. I only reached my limit once, and I didn't maintain it for long. My body is already a little abnormal. Of course, this is also because I've just advanced and haven't digested it. Furthermore, I've consumed extra potions from the previous sequences. Klein recovered his thoughts bit by bit and attempted to cogitate the stacked spheres of light to calm his body and spirit's exhaustion. After his condition was slightly better, he finally fell into a deep sleep. He slept until the middle of the night. At this moment, the wind howled fiercely outside and the rain poured down. The storm that had been brewing for a long time had finally arrived, and this wasn't a rare occurrence in Byam. Apart from that, the night was rather peaceful. Klein went to the bathroom to deal with his personal hygiene. After washing his hands, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and once again went above the gray fog. He picked up the sea god's scepter that was placed at the end of the long bronze table and began browsing through the images sent back by the sea creatures. There were ships in these scenes, located in different harbors, docks, and the shadows of different islands. Although Klein had never met crazy Captain Connors Victor, he had previously learned about his characteristics and the various symbols of his pirate crew. Images flashed as Klein patiently distinguished the details of the ship. 10 minutes later, his eyes revealed an unconcealable joy as he quickly zoomed in on one of the images and zoomed in. He had found a ship that he suspected to be the target. The ship was anchored in the lee of Serene Island at the farthest end of the Rørsted archipelago. Behind it was a towering stone cliff, and beneath it were undulating waves. Its sails and flag had been retracted, but on each side of the ship was a white skull wearing a monocle. This was the symbol of the crazy Captain Pirates. Klein casually removed the spirit pendulum from his left wrist cuff and used divination to confirm it. The answer delighted him. It was indeed Connors Victor's ship, and this crazy captain only had one ship. It's no wonder most adventurers at sea know that Crazy Captain has connections with the human traffickers and slave merchants of the kingdom, but the Church of the Storm's investigations into the disappearance of the colonies didn't point to him. A guy with a bounty of only 3,300 pounds and a pirate crew with only one ship can only do a small business, no matter how I look at it. He can't afford such a large-scale human trafficking operation. What should I do next? Klein sighed silently before he began considering how to investigate. His first reaction was to directly summon a massive undersea creature and ride something similar to a whale ship. While the storm was approaching, he could head straight for Serene Island. Then, he could disguise himself and use his powers as a marionettist to control crazy Captain Connors Victor without causing too much of a stir. But after careful consideration, he felt that this method was too rash. It wasn't a problem to deal with other pirates that weren't at the admiral level, but since crazy Captain Connors Victor was involved in a terrifying matter like the Great Smog of Bakeland, He had to consider the fact that what he usually showed was only a disguise and that he actually had another identity. Furthermore, his ship was likely hiding quite a sizable secret. Therefore, there was a high chance that there was a trap that could deal with a pirate admiral. If he were to rashly sneak in, even if Klein was armed to the teeth, he might not be able to walk out alive. I'll summon myself in the form of a spirit body and head over with the sea god's scepter? This will prevent any accident. If there's a problem, I can immediately end the summoning and return. However, the sea god's scepter is essentially a high-sequence beyonder characteristic of the storm pathway. As long as it appears in the real world, it's very likely that it will attract Sea King John Cotman. This will prevent the matter from proceeding any further. Klein looked at the storm in the scene, as he had a preliminary idea. Before that, he conjured a pen and paper once again and wrote a divination statement. Dealing with Connor's Victor will be very dangerous. Picking up the silver chain of the spirit pendulum, Klein gathered his thoughts and focused on the divination. Soon, he opened his eyes and saw the topaz pendant spinning clockwise at a very fast speed. This meant that dealing with Connor's Victor would be extremely dangerous. Indeed, it's as I expected. Thankfully, I didn't rashly head over. Klein picked up the sea god's scepter and decided to carry out the plan he had just come up with. That was to take advantage of the cover of the storm and use the scene of the prayer to directly use the sea god's scepter to attack Connor's Victor's ship from afar, alerting him and forcing him to reveal his secret. Once he grasped the corresponding situation, he would end the attack before Sea King John Cotman sensed any abnormal fluctuations or arrived at his destination. If Connor's Victor were to unfortunately fall into the hands of the Sea King, Klein wouldn't be disappointed. This was because after he investigated the truth behind the Great Smog of Bakeland, he had to think of a way to pass the information to the three churches. If Crazy Captain were to successfully escape, Klein would use the secret he had gleaned from alerting him to come up with a follow-up attack plan. Phew! Klein slowly exhaled as he looked at the ship that was rocking in the dark waves. He raised the sea god's scepter in his hand. At the tip of the scepter, the blue gems that circled around it emitted a bright light. P.S. It's a little awkward. There aren't many words, and I haven't corrected any typos. Chapter 725. On the leeward side of Simim Island, under the towering stone walls, the deep seawater was affected by the surrounding waves and undulated with a considerable degree of undulation. On Crazy Captain Connor's Victor's single-eyed skull, a few pirates put on their cloaks and pulled up their hats. Drenched in the painful rainwater, they walked out of the cabin against the wind that could push a child. They checked around to avoid any accident. Their cloaks were made of linen, but the surface was smeared with a sticky liquid that had already solidified. The rainwater was unable to seep through and could only flow downwards onto the deck. The liquid was the sap of the Donningsman tree. It was produced in the southern continent's rainforest and was a natural material to shelter from the rain. As it was relatively common, its price was originally very low. However, last year, a research team suspected that it had an obvious effect of promoting hair growth. Such weather is perfect for the Red Theater, drinking hard liquor, smoking marijuana, and hugging women. A pirate looked out of the ship's railing and grumbled. His companion echoed as he tugged at his cloak's hat. I heard that the Red Theater recently received a new batch of goods. I really want to have a taste. How did you know? Another pirate asked casually. The pirate from before chuckled. I heard it from the boss. It's not like you don't know what kind of business the captain does? That's why the boss knows quite a number of human traffickers. Ha, they like to call themselves slave traders. Speaking of which, I recalled that time. The pirate who spoke first revealed a reminiscing expression. Among the goods that were delivered, there was actually a noble lady who ran away from home. That skin, that figure, that look. Tisk, it's. I don't know how to describe it, but I can't forget it to this day. Unfortunately, she committed suicide. As they spoke, they felt their vision brighten. They subconsciously looked up into the sky and saw an abnormal silver bolt of lightning amidst the dark clouds that hid the crimson moon and stars amidst the torrential rain. Suddenly, a gigantic bolt of lightning that illuminated the surrounding waters cleaved down, heading straight for the upper deck of the single-eyed skull. Boom! Electric snakes began to scurry about, and when the wooden cabin burst into flames, the deafening thunder reverberated in the ears of the pirates. Right on the heels of that, bolts of silver lightning that brandished their claws and fangs struck down densely. The single-eyed skull, which was rather large in size, instantly entered the forest of lightning. At this moment, the thick bolts of lightning that were almost intertwined suddenly split apart in violation of the laws of nature. They missed the single-eyed skull and struck the pitch-black surface of the water around it, causing the nearby sea to light up. Tiny electric bolts sizzled everywhere. The pirates on the deck were affected. One was already charred black like a piece of burnt wood. Two fell to the ground, twitching all over. There's indeed a problem. Above the gray fog, Klein couldn't help but sigh inwardly when he saw the scene of his lightning storm being neutralized. He was certain that this was the power of a demigod. If he had rashly infiltrated the single-eyed skull, even with creeping hunger, death knell, and Roselle's travels, he wouldn't have been able to put up any effective resistance against this strange power. And when that happened, he wouldn't have the time to pray to himself or respond with the sea god's scepter above the gray fog. Taking a deep breath, Klein made the blue gems on the white bone scepter's tip light up one after the other. Around the single-eyed skull, the sound of the storm suddenly split into two. One was sharp, as though it could tear through one's eardrums and penetrate one's brain. The other was deep, as though it was pounding at one's heart, questioning one's spirit-body. This brought about an extremely unpleasant experience for the pirate. One or two of them had the urge to vomit blood, but this was only the prelude. The sound of crashing water intensified, and in the direction of the stone wall, a deep black wave surged up, nearly 10 meters high. This wave was like a wall created by a deity. It was pushed by an invisible hand as it surged towards the single-eyed skull. This was a tsunami created by Klein. This could already be considered a natural disaster. The splashing sounds sounded like an explosion as the pirates inside the ship looked at the dark sky, the churning dark clouds, and the gigantic wave. It was as though they had arrived at the apocalypse in myths and legend. All of them lost the will to save themselves. However, as they waited in despair for the final judgment, a chaos that didn't conform to logic or scientific laws appeared in the gigantic wave created by the tsunami. An indescribable vortex rapidly formed as it tore at the entire structure, causing the terrifying wave to collapse at a rapid speed. Amidst the rumbling sounds that sounded like a collapsing mountain, the subsequent waves tossed the single-eyed skull high into the air. As for the splashes produced by the disintegration of the gigantic waves, they splashed onto the ship, breaking one of the masts, leaving the cabin in tatters, and completely drowning the deck. Whoosh! A strong wind suddenly turned intense as it spontaneously engulfed the surrounding companions, turning into a hurricane that exceeded its limits. It forcefully pushed the single-eyed skull out into the open sea. Then, the ship rode the strong winds and flew several nautical miles in one go. Furthermore, it didn't land on the undulating surface of the water. It was as though it was an airship as it continued moving forward steadily. As Klein was surprised by the demigod or sealed artifact of the corresponding level in the single-eyed skull, he was surprised that his sequence wasn't high enough. Even though he had used some of the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog, he was unable to create a tsunami-like cavituses that could destroy a port. On the other hand, he controlled the hurricane to make the single-eyed skull lose its support and plummet, preventing it from escaping the 5 nautical mile range he could influence. His current goal wasn't to destroy the single-eyed skull, nor was it to capture crazy Captain Connor's Victor. Instead, he wanted to force the demigod or sealed artifact of the corresponding level to appear. experts and items of such a level could be counted on the entire world. By seeing them, he would sooner or later know who they were and which organization they belonged to. And this was the direction of the follow-up investigation of the Great Smog of Bakeland. I only hope that it isn't from the seer pathway. Otherwise, who knows if it's his real face. However, this is also a good thing. I can investigate the truth behind the Great Smog and figure out what Zangwill is up to. I can make preparations for my future revenge, and I can also find the bizarro sorcerer potion formula and main ingredient. As Klein sighed silently, he made a gem at the tip of the sea god's scepter emit a pure green glow. With a hum, the single-eyed skull's flight changed. It plummeted like a rock, unable to even glide. Suddenly, it became very, very light. Its landing on the surface of the sea was like a feather brushing past a human's face. At this moment, Klein, who had expended a great deal of his spirituality, was about to muster his remaining strength to create another tsunami when he suddenly heard a loud explosion from the scene. It was a terrifying sonic boom. Furthermore, it was different from ordinary sonic booms. It seemed to be mixed with the whimpering sounds of the wind domain. It came from Sea King John Cotman. Although he was still a long distance away from this place, he, who controlled these waters, could exert his influence across space while rushing over. This was a Sequence 3, a saint that was close to the level of an angel. The terrifying sonic boom sent the single-eyed skull flying. There was no need to ask if it was a victim. After all, there was nothing wrong with hitting a pirate. And at the same time, Klein felt a terrifyingly powerful psyche scan his surroundings, searching for any spot that could possibly be abnormal. It was so much so that the scene in front of him was affected and turned blurry. Resisting the urge to strike again, Klein calmly and rationally ended the response and closed the corresponding prayer scene. Then, he casually threw the sea god's scepter into the junk pile. If Sea King didn't appear, I wouldn't have complete confidence in forcing that demigod out. It's still because my sequence is relatively low, so it's a little difficult to use the scepter. The burden is very heavy. However, at sea, the storm pathway is really powerful. It's like a moving calamity. The powers that the demigod displayed just now had the elements of distortion, chaos, borrowing, and defying convention. It's very similar to the Black Emperor pathway. Others might not feel it, but I have the corresponding card of blasphemy. This definitely isn't a Sequence 5 Mentor of Confusion. An Earl of the Fallen? Yes, the military has a portion of the Black Emperor pathway's potion formula, but it seems to be limited to the first 5 sequences. There's nothing above Sequence 4, although Klein failed to force out the demigod or the corresponding sealed artifact. He had grasped certain clues from the other party's performance. He suspected that a particular faction of the royal family, apart from cooperating with the Demonist sect and Zangwill, had also secretly contacted a faction that controlled most of the sequences of the Black Emperor pathway. A descendant of Solomon or Sostal? Is King of the Five Seas Nast involved in this matter? Just as Klein was in serious thought, he suddenly heard the echoing sounds of prayers. This interrupted his train of thought, making him instinctively spread his spirituality and touch the halo beside his seat. Then, he saw Donna's. This famous pirate had his eyes closed and was piously praying to the fool. Klein took out his pocket watch in a daze and checked it a few times to confirm that it was 2 or 3 in the morning. Is there something wrong with his head? Why are you praying in the middle of the night? Can't you let me sleep? Klein looked carefully again in exasperation and amusement. He realized that Donna's looked drunk, and there was faint singing echoing outside. The crew of the Golden Dream is holding another bonfire party? This time, it's to celebrate the departure of German Sparrow? It actually lasted until midnight. Klein instantly understood why Donna's was only praying now. He took a deep breath and extended his consciousness into the circle of light. He said in a low voice, he said in a deep voice, "Recite my name in your heart." Sea King John Cotman flew to Simeem Island and searched for the place where the abnormal tsunami had appeared, as well as the ship belonging to an unknown pirate crew. He was very certain that there was a demigod on the ship. This tall, burly, dark blue-haired cardinal of the Church of the Storm, a high-ranking deacon of the mandated Punishers, clenched his fist, and the dark clouds in the sky split apart as crimson moonlight scattered across the surface of the sea. After identifying the location of the stars, John Cotman flew in a certain direction. Suddenly, he slowed down because the pirate ship with the symbol of the single-eyed skull was floating in the sea in front of him. The ship was unmanned as it drifted in the wind. There were many scarlet flames burning on it, and charred corpses were everywhere. In the middle of one of the masts was a middle-aged man wearing a triangular hat and a black eye patch. His single eye was wide open and filled with horror. His chest had been stabbed deeply by a wooden club, and blood had dyed it red. His life and spirit body had completely dissipated. Chapter 7:26. The golden dream was outside the storm, and the crimson moonlight shone through the thin clouds, illuminating the dark room without any candlelight. Donna stood by the bed, motionless. It was as though he had encountered Medusa's gaze or some petrifying beyond her power. His teeth couldn't help but chatter as his legs trembled indiscernibly. His mind was filled with the boundless grayish-white fog, the blurry figure that towered over everything, and the deep and authoritative voice that said, "Recite my name in my heart. There's really a response. There's really a response." Donna's lips quivered as he silently muttered to himself. He felt his calves clearly go limp. This was the first time he had encountered a situation where his prayers were answered. This gave him such a fright that his soul nearly left his body. Although he had long known that the Fool was an unknown existence, one that the secret organization behind German Sparrow believed in, and because he had recited his honorific name, he had already established a connection with him. Once he showed any signs of disrespect or betrayal, he would immediately die for some baffling reason. This understanding stemmed from the knowledge that Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina had imparted to him. In fact, he had never encountered such a situation, nor had he ever imagined that an unknown existence would respond to him. When the fog, figure, and voice suddenly appeared in front of his eyes and ears, this was the first time he knew that a mighty existence could directly respond to a believer. Yes, Donna's had unknowingly changed the unknown existence to a mighty existence. After calming down from his shock, he hurriedly took a deep breath and attempted to pace back and forth to dispel the remaining horror in his heart. However, just as he took a step forward with his right foot, he realized that his legs had really gone limp. All he could do was fall to the side of the bed and barely turn around to sit down. "It's really a mighty existence. It's really," Donna's muttered as he clearly realized that he was in deep trouble. Back when he was in the book, he had only recited the honorific name and didn't discover any abnormalities. Therefore, he was only afraid because he knew what the consequences would be. Now, he was facing a hidden danger that had finally revealed its outline, as well as more unknowns that he couldn't see clearly. How could he not fall into extreme fear that he couldn't extricate himself from? After an unknown period of time, Donnas exhaled and comforted himself in his heart. This is not necessarily a bad thing. At least not only is the German Sparrow alive, but he is also living very well. Thinking of this, he forced a smile and silently said, "From now on, I will also be a member of the secret organization. I will be protected by a great existence." As his thoughts raced, Donnas decided that he would pray once he woke up in the morning. He believed that there was no existence that disliked the devotion of their believers. Of course, he would remember the oracle and pray only in his heart. The next morning, Klein, who had expended a lot of energy, woke up naturally. He slowly got out of bed. Outside the window, the sky was blue, the ground was wet, and there were water stains on the houses. The world seemed to have been washed by water. It was unusually fresh, but the messy leaves, broken branches, and all kinds of rubbish showed that last night was not peaceful. After washing up, with his ordinary Ruan face, Klein ordered a cup of guru sap from Simeem Island and a tiativa, which was relatively thick for breakfast, to make up for last night's consumption. Drinking the drink that tasted like lemonade with sugar and milk, and eating the delicious and fragrant mixed fish and mutton meat that had the sweetness and sourness of fruit, Klein leisurely picked up a few newspapers provided by the hotel. Starting from the Sonia Morning Post and the News, he browsed through every page. At the end of breakfast, he flipped open the last copy of Strange News, which was popular among adventurers, and he saw an eye-catching report. Bloody infighting in a storm. According to a valid source of information, a fierce internal strife broke out among the pirates on crazy Captain Connors Victor's single-eyed skull last night. They executed the crazy captain and killed each other. It seems like no one survived. All of this evil was concealed by the terrifying storm. No one knew the truth, and it was only discovered when the single-eyed skull drifted near the Simeem pier. There was a blurry photo attached to the report. It seemed to have been taken secretly from the pier. In the photo, the single-eyed skull's distinctive features were obvious and could be recognized at a glance. It was severely damaged and charred everywhere. Only one mast remained intact, but there was a figure wearing a triangular hat nailed to it. It's Connors Victor. He died just like that? Klein's pupils constricted as he thought solemnly. It's almost certain that there was a demigod on the ship last night. He saw that crazy captain had been targeted, or that he was being chased by Sea King to the point where he could only care for himself and couldn't take Connors away, so he decisively silenced him and destroyed all the evidence? Klein, who had planned on continuing his pursuit of Crazy Captain, felt depressed. He realized that although the clues hadn't been completely cut off, there wasn't much left. The only thing he knew at present was that the demigod likely belonged to the Black Emperor pathway. With the intensity of last night's storm, the single-eyed skull should have been sent to the pier by Sea King John Cotman for subsequent investigations. I wonder if they had any additional gains. Yes, I can get Mr. the Hanging Man to inquire within the Church of the Storm. There's no need to relay the message. It's tarot in the afternoon. The world can directly make the request. Klein quickly came up with an idea as he drank the last bit of the gurgle-tree sap. Then, he returned to his room and planned on taking out the radio transceiver that he had placed above the gray fog for a long time to contact Rhodes to see if it had any other clues to the bizarro sorcerer potion formula. After leaving the waters east of Orvie, which was also the spot where he had previously been targeted by the Aurora Order demigod, Klein already dared to use items with the gray fog's aura. However, he knew very well that he couldn't do it too frequently, nor could he maintain it for too long each time. Otherwise, there was the possibility of being captured by the true creator. Due to this reason and his wariness towards Rhodes, he planned on doing whatever he could and seeking advice from others. If there was really no other way, he would only play a question-and-answer game. At the Resistance's private harbor, the Blue Avenger docked inside. Alger planned on making one last resupply before returning to Pasu Island. After instructing the crew what they needed to buy, he changed into native-style clothes and headed straight for Byam. After circling a few times, he arrived at the Cathedral of Waves and planned on reporting to the diocese bishop, Chogo, on what he had recently done. Although he was returning to Pasu Island to report to the upper echelons of the church, he knew very well who his current superior was. He knew that he had to put on a good front, and he couldn't give the impression that his subordinates were bypassing him and directly establishing contact with the higher-ups. Chogo was still in high spirits. He was very satisfied with Alger's report. After hearing it, he quickly said, "This is a normal report. You don't have to worry about anything. I've already informed His Excellency Cotman that you are pious to the Lord and loyal to the Church. You are one of the most trustworthy captains, and His Excellency Cotman will inform the Council of Cardinals." He paused and didn't give Alger any space to speak as he continued. In addition, there's another mission. In addition, there's another mission. Investigate those who have close ties with crazy Captain Connors Victor. This is a mission that His Excellency Cotman has directly given you. You have to take it seriously. Investigate the people related to Crazy Captain? Alger was somewhat puzzled, but he didn't ask. He punched his left chest with his right fist. He directly punched his left chest with his right fist and said, "Yes, Your Excellency." The gray-haired Chogo nodded, thought for 2 seconds and asked, "What's going on?" He then asked, "Do you know German Sparrow?" This question was like a bolt out of the blue. It left Alger's pupils constricting as he nearly lost control on the spot. Thankfully, his mental fortitude was excellent, allowing him to barely maintain his normal state. "I've heard of him. He's been very famous recently. Not only did he hunt Wormtongue Missile and severely injure Tracy, but he also boarded Catlia's future." Alger used his garrulous words to hide the stirrings in his heart. Chogo tersely acknowledged and said, "I've heard of him. You're at sea, so the news is a little slow. German Sparrow killed Curtius in Toscarter last week and collected the bounty. That pirate is indeed a devil, a Sequence 5 devil. Curtius? Agalito's second mate?" Alger asked in a very genuine manner. He knew that Curtius was suspected to be a Sequence 5, but he didn't know that he belonged to the Devil pathway. And when Sequence 5 and Devil were added together, it meant that he was powerful and difficult to kill. This also meant that German Sparrow might have killed Curtius in a sudden encounter. This meant that German Sparrow was already standing at the pinnacle of Sequence 5s. If he wasn't seeking to purchase the Sequence 4 potion formula, I would have suspected that he had become a demigod. Alger thought in turmoil. He was surprised to discover that in just a week, the world had obtained the Sequence 5 Ocean Songster potion formula and main ingredient. He had killed a Sequence 5 devil, and it was very likely that he had already obtained the Sequence 6 Notary potion formula in his hands. How did he do it? Alger realized that he was a little afraid of the world, German Sparrow. Of course, it wasn't that he couldn't accept such matters. This was because he knew that the world was the representative of Mr. Fool's blessed, and Mr. Fool clearly didn't only have one blessed. If one was responsible for the Notary potion formula, and the other was responsible for the Ocean Songster, then German Sparrow would have only killed Curtius. Although this was equally terrifying, at least it wouldn't appear as though he was making up a story. Chogo nodded solemnly. Yes, Agalito didn't react. This means something. Pay attention to gathering information on German Sparrow. All right, Your Excellency. Alger bowed respectfully as he decided to try his best to bluff this mission. Inside the inn, Klein placed the radio transceiver on the table. Not long after, rapid tapping sounds could be heard. P.S. There will be an early update at midnight. Chapter 727. Ta. 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 The radio transceiver spat out an illusory piece of paper. On it was written in Rouen, "Great Master, your loyal and humble servant, Rhodes, has finally caught up to your footsteps. Don't be so agitated. Yes, Rhodes's speaking skills are as professional as ever. He didn't express the bitterness of not being able to contact me for so long, nor did he ask why I haven't sought him out. He directly blames himself for the problem, believing that he hasn't caught up to me. It makes me feel a little guilty. However, I still have to be on guard." Klein was momentarily at a loss as to how to respond. Rhodes didn't wait. He used the radio transceiver to produce an emoticon of carefully peeking out from the illusory piece of paper. "Great Master, the ruler above the spirit world, your servant feels that you are one step closer to returning to the Holy See, right? This fellow has evolved really quickly. It's already gone from using emoticons to creating the prototype of an emoticon. In Rhodes's understanding, I'm a true god that's slowly finding myself? Therefore, even though it clearly knows that I'm only a sequence 5, it doesn't treat me lightly at all. Instead, it's even more humble? Klein understood that the magic mirror was deliberately asking questions as he nodded frankly. Yes. You have already answered my question. In exchange, as a rule that I have to abide by, you can ask me a question. Rhodes quickly typed a reply and added a smiley face at the end. Klein didn't hesitate as he directly asked, "Where can I obtain the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula?" A long section of the illusory white paper was spat out, and it was filled with countless complex symbols. It then formed into a mirror, and a real scene appeared. It was a dark hall without any natural light. Inside, there was a gigantic squirming object. It was so blurry that it was like a pencil drawing that had been erased by an eraser. There was no way to see any specific details. However, Rhodes attached a large paragraph of text at the bottom of this scene. This is Zeratul. He lost control during his advancement to sequence 1 attendant of mysteries and turned into a monster. However, Great Master, you have to be careful. He is a very crafty fellow. Perhaps all of this was deliberately done by him. I can't look at him directly. This will bring me harm. Apart from him, you are unable to obtain the potion formula from any demigod of the secret order. This is because Zeratul directly provided the high sequence Beyonder potion, and there's almost no way to reverse divine it through Beyonder characteristics. What a detailed answer. Furthermore, it also let me know that the corresponding sequence of the sequence 1 of the seer pathway is attendant of mysteries. It means that it is an angel that serves the mysteries of the mysteries? From the path, the illusory piece of paper, Rhodes has out Zeratul and can of Zeratul to Zeratul to Zeratul, and soar. Who de dragon out ta of de god it. With king comma chindemo ari ta of. Ro, God, I give I to. Long and. Amidst crisp clicking sounds, the illusory piece of paper grew out again, revealing another scene. It was a towering mountain with a dilapidated palace on it. Inside the palace, one could vaguely see a gigantic stone throne. Klein was extremely familiar with this scene. He didn't need Rhodes's annotation to know what it represented. The Antigonus family's treasure hidden on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. The piece of paper continued to be spat out as a new scene appeared. Just like a movie, the camera's angle changed. The first thing that entered Klein's eyes was a towering Gothic bell tower and a gorgeous palace around it. The former represented the Bell of Order, while the latter represented the Sodila Palace. They were iconic buildings of Bakeland. The camera panned, and soon, a new building appeared on the white piece of paper. It was a pure black cathedral with 2 symmetrical bell towers. The cathedral grew larger and larger in the scene. Soon, its interior was revealed, and it was fixed on an iron black door that swung open somewhere underground. The door was abnormally heavy. Engraved on it were 7 dark, sacred emblems, like the guards of the tenebrous heaven. Cheney's Gate. St. Samuel Cathedral. Klein recognized the familiar door, and based on the architectural characteristics, he determined that the cathedral was the headquarters of the Church of the Evernight Goddesses Bakeland Diocese, St. Samuel Cathedral. The white piece of paper was spat out as the scene changed. In the deep darkness, on an empty bookshelf formed from white bones, there was an ancient notebook. Its cover was made of hard paper that was dyed black. Klein recognized the notebook at a glance. It was the Antigonus family's notebook that had caused the death of the original owner of this body. After so many twists and turns, everything had returned to square one. Klein looked at it silently for a while. Only when the scene disappeared did he find his thoughts. That's right. Back then, the members of the Aurora Order saw the clown potion formula in this notebook. Having obtained its recognition, when I flip through it again, the content presented on it will definitely be different from before. It should have the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula, but it's lacking in ingredients or characteristics. So this notebook has always been sealed behind St. Samuel Cathedral's Cheney's Gate. To obtain it from such a place, the difficulty wouldn't be any lower than finding Zeradal and facing him directly. Back then, the great smog of Bakeland, which involved high-sequence beyonders, was quickly quelled after I reported it to the Church's Bakeland diocese through Miss Justice. This is enough to show how powerful the Bakeland diocese is. Be it demigods or sealed artifacts, there's definitely no lack of them. Yes, no matter what, I'll return to Bakeland first and see if there's a chance. In comparison, I don't wish to go to the Hornacis mountain range. Reining in his thoughts, Klein looked at the radio transceiver that had turned dark and deep. Last night, who was the demigod on crazy Captain Connor's Victor's ship? With a light tapping sound, the illusory piece of paper in front of him vanished, and a new piece of paper was spat out. The content on the piece of paper was also a real scene. On the delicate brass lamp stand, 5 candles of different heights radiated light and heat. A middle-aged man wearing a triangular hat and a black eye mask stood in front of the cabinet where wine, champagne, and distilled liquor were placed, looking at the opposite side humbly. Across him was a tall figure draped in a black cloak. His face was completely hidden under the hood. This figure didn't seem to have a real head, only a blob of deep, distorted darkness embedded in his neck. With the portrait on the bounty notice, Klein recognized the one-eyed man as crazy Captain Connors. His hair was messy and oily, covering his neck. Opposite him should be the demigod, but he had deliberately disguised himself and done the corresponding anti-divination. It's quite impressive that Rhodes was able to obtain a picture of this level. Klein wasn't too disappointed. Instead, he seriously memorized the figure's figure. More than 185 meters, but less than 190. His arms are slightly long, and when his hands hang down, they nearly reach his knees. His shoulders are broad, holding up his cloak. His legs are slanted to a certain extent. As an expert in the field of disguise, Klein believed that when a person concealed their looks and did a certain level of anti-divination, it was very likely that they wouldn't pay attention to disguising their figure, especially when there wasn't anything special about it. Therefore, this could provide a certain amount of clues that would help Klein find his target familiar when he saw it in the future. Very good, it's your turn to ask. After memorizing it, Klein stopped sizing up the figure and waited with interest for Rhodes to ask. He was very curious if the other party could break through his imagination this time. The tapping sounds turned a little slow as it revealed some hesitation. Illusory white paper was spat out bit by bit. Great Master, can I say something to you? Sure. Klein answered the question in surprise as he looked forward to what Rhodes would say. The tapping sounds suddenly sped up, filled with obvious passion. On the illusory white paper, lines of words appeared one after another. Great Master, happy birthday! This is a belated blessing. Your present body was born on the 4th of March, 1327. I originally wanted to be the first to wish you well in the morning, but I failed to keep up with your footstep. It really is a topic that breaks through my imagination. I even forgot about my birthday. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he was at a loss for words. He had received the memory fragments of the original owner and obtained some of his emotions. He still knew about birthdays, but he was alone in the world, so how could he remember these things? That fellow, Rhodes, is actually the first to wish me a happy birthday. Banson, Melissa, and the rest are probably feeling upset on this day. The interview ended in February. I wonder if Banson successfully became a government employee. Klein felt wistful as he looked at the radio transceiver with a much gentler gaze. He thought for a moment and calmly said, "The third question, your background." The tapping stopped for 2 seconds before it started again. He spat out the white paper and a new scene appeared on it. A large amount of black viscous liquid gushed out of the holes in the ground. It twisted and stretched outwards, growing different numbers of arms and legs. Then, it turned into strange monsters and rushed forward. During this process, a point of light was spewed out along with the black liquid. It landed on a rock and rapidly fused with it, turning into a silver mirror with ancient patterns and black gems on both sides. What kind of strange scene is this? A Rhodes was born in such a manner? What's that point of light? Where did it come from? It's a little suspicious of a beyonder characteristic. Klein made a preliminary interpretation of the scene he saw. The tapping sounds didn't stop as another line of words was spat out. Great Master, do you have any other questions? After doing a count of the time, Klein shook his head. No. You have completed your answer. It's time for me to leave. Great Master, the ruler above the spirit world, your humble and loyal servant, a Rhodes, looks forward to serving you again. I look forward to following in your footsteps. Goodbye. The illusory white paper finally produced an emoticon of a waving hand. P.S. It's the last week of March. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly vote. Chapter 728. In the quiet hotel room, the dark radio transceiver instantly returned to normal. The surrounding light was no longer eerie. Klein busied himself with preparing the ritual and sacrificing it above the gray fog. Only then did he have the mood to consider the answer he had just obtained. According to the clues provided by Rhodes, combined with Mr. Aztec and Snake of Fate Will Osepton's answers, Klein had a preliminary plan for the next stage. It wasn't only to return to Bakeland after a short rest, but also to treat this huge city as his main activity spot for a long period of time. He wanted to see if he could steal the Antigonus family's notebook from the Church of the Evernight Goddesses, St. Samuel Cathedral. If he was certain that there was no other way, he would attempt to switch to a neighboring beyonder pathway. If that didn't work, he would have to take the final path and head for the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. I definitely can't openly use the identity of Sherlock Moriarty when I return to Bakeland, unless I want to fish out in Zangwill or a particular faction of the royal family that's hidden in the shadows. However, when contacting people I know or using the resources of the Church of Steam and Machinery, I can transform back into Sherlock Moriarty. In short, I have to use a new identity again. Furthermore, I have to be completely different from German Sparrow. I won't directly return to Pritz Harbor this time. I'll circle around Desi Bay and make sure no one can figure out my origins. Klein's thoughts raced as he quickly came up with a clear plan. After confirming the direction, he originally wanted to extract blood and head above the gray fog to use his spirit body to explore Roselle's travels. However, considering that he still had the tarot in the afternoon, he lay back in bed and tried to relax while resting. The future steadily cruised through the undulating waves as Admiral of Stars Catlia stood by the window, looking at the endless scenery. And on the front deck, Nina's exasperated voice could be heard from time to time. She was cursing Frank Lee for creating a bunch of beef-flavored mushrooms that reproduced rapidly and loved eating fish. Catlia sighed silently as she nudged the heavy glasses on her nose bridge. At this moment, her spiritual perception was suddenly triggered. She looked down at the desk and saw that there were a few pieces of yellow paper there. The Diary of the Empress. She finally sent a messenger. Catlia turned around happily and picked up the small piece of paper that seemed more like an initial test. At 3 in the afternoon, she, who had already memorized those symbols, saw the illusory crimson light drown her like a tide. Under the towering dome propped up by stone pillars, Catlia saw similar crimson beams of light soar up, turning into blurry figures. She didn't take a closer look, but found that the familiar pair of glasses had naturally appeared on the bridge of her nose. It seemed to be a perfect copy of the outside world. Then, from the corner of her eye, she saw Miss Justice elegantly stand up and greet the seat of honor at the long bronze table. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Audrey had been in a good mood recently. After returning to the family castle, she had successfully helped her mother, Lady Caitlin, resolve some of the psychological problems that stemmed from her actual age and physical condition. She received excellent feedback, allowing her to conclude more rules for acting as a psychiatrist. Among them, The most important rule was to help others resolve their psychological problems. She suspected that this was the reason why the potion's name was psychiatrist and not psychologist. Miss Justice is very happy. Klein seemed to be infected as he nodded with a smile as a form of response. During this process, he realized that Mr. the Hanging Man appeared to be troubled. He seemed to be hesitating and struggling, as though he hadn't made up his mind. This means that Mr. the Hanging Man can afford the Ocean Songster potion formula and main ingredients, but he'll have to pay a huge price. I thought he would apply for payment in installments. The fool Klein retracted his gaze without any abnormalities and surveyed the area. After Miss Justice finished her greeting, the hermit Catlia looked towards the end of the long bronze table. Honorable Mr. Fool, I've found 3 pages of Roselle's diary. Here it comes. I wonder if the 3 diary pages specially selected by Queen Mystic will contain very valuable information. For example, the location of the card of blasphemy that corresponds to the seer pathway. This can provide me with another possibility. Klein was filled with anticipation as he spoke in a calm and natural manner. I'm not sure if it's true. Very well, you can think of a request. Yes, Mr. Fool. Catlia replied in an impeccable manner before requesting to conjure the diary's content. Upon seeing her performance and recalling how she looked in her dream, Klein felt rather gratified. It was like a form teacher who had successfully made a student become obedient and sensible. This is the first time M. Hermit has provided Roselle the Great's diary. With the standards and abilities she's shown, it's impossible for her to have been unable to gather it in the past. In the past, she was mostly observing. After being punished by Mr. Fool, she has truly integrated into our tarot? Audrey made a judgment based on Catlia's performance last week. At the same time, she also sensed that Mr. the Hanging Man wasn't in the right state today. It was as though he was looking forward to something, but he was also unwilling to part with something. She was momentarily curious. Klein didn't have to wait too long before the 3 diary pages were conjured and landed in his hands. Derek and the other members instinctively quietened down, not wanting to disturb Mr. Fool's reading. February 9th. Today is Bornova's birthday. He's already a healthy, strong, honest, and kind young man. He's so pious that he's valued by the church. Everyone is congratulating me, saying that Bornova will definitely become a blessed and a holy spirit. They're praising how pure and flawless his faith is. I should be very happy, but I can't help but feel sorrow in my heart. I wish that my child can be more humane and have more feelings. He can be himself more and not a believer of a deity. However, almost everyone believes from the bottom of their hearts that Bornova is in a good state. Matilda is the same, Charles is the same, my nobles and my ministers are the same. Only Bernadette has the same feelings as me. She told me in private that she believes that people should be more self-centered, as long as they don't hurt anyone. Thinking back to what Zeradal said when Bornova was born, as well as the increasing premonitions I have after stepping into the demigod realm, my heart is even heavier. Adorable angel, truly an adorable angel. Is this how you're guarding against me? Is this how you're trying to control me? No, you probably can't understand the pride in my heart. From my point of view, so what if you're a deity? I can replace you. February 11th. I failed to contact Zeradal again. Ever since I obtained the Antigonus notebook, the frequency at which this leader of the secret order appears has been decreasing. I have no idea what he's secretly plotting, but he definitely won't tell me. February 12th. I made a mystical item for Bernadette that's very suitable for her. This can allow her to effectively avoid the hidden sage's nagging. As long as she doesn't take the initiative to pray and ask for a response, yes, this item seems to be able to help saints enter the easternmost area of the Sonia Sea where the ruins of the Battle of the Gods are. They won't be affected by the true Creator's ravings. There's a high chance that the secret of the forsaken land of the gods is hidden there. Ha, I just casually made a small gift for my daughter, and it has such a powerful effect. Bernadette, your father is indeed the most outstanding artisan in the world. The most outstanding artisan. Does this mean that when the Emperor wrote this diary page, he had already reached sequence 2 of the savant pathway and become an angel? With the existence of the god of steam and machinery, this level is the pinnacle that an artisan can reach. It's no wonder Queen Mystic can freely enter the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. So it's a gift from the Emperor. Indeed, a child with a parent is like a treasure. Klein sighed inwardly. In addition, he had also read between the lines of the first diary page Roselle the Great's repressed and indignant feelings. He had also used his comprehension skills that he had honed from his previous life to figure out some of the information hidden beneath the content. After becoming an angel, the Emperor seemed to be restrained and guarded against by the Church of Steam and Machinery. The god of steam and machinery had exerted a certain amount of influence on his youngest son, Bornova, making him the most devout believer. In the future, he would be able to enter the land of perfection and become an angel. And not only did this not make Roselle the Great submit or have any qualms, it even stirred up his rebellious heart. The Emperor later became the world's public enemy because of such a rebellious heart? Klein nodded inwardly. At the same time, he had noticed Zeratl's matter. He suspected that this miracle invoker had begun to strive for sequence 1 after obtaining the Antigonus family's notebook. For this, he had planned many things, but something happened during his advancement, turning him into a monster. Of course, just as Rhodes had said, perhaps Zeratl hadn't lost control. He was only hiding something or plotting something. After a quick scan, Klein flipped the page and read to the end. It wasn't continuous and was a new piece of content. October 5th. A few believers of the primordial moon were captured by the Men in Black organization I established. They failed to complete the corresponding sacrificial ritual. The things they showed piqued my curiosity. The power they obtained seemed to come directly from the Crimson Moon. Unfortunately, a large amount of data indicates that the Crimson Moon is really an asteroid. It's really orbiting our planet. Then, how does it combine physics and mystery together? With my current abilities, it's not impossible to head to the Crimson Moon. At most, it'll be a little more troublesome and difficult, but it doesn't seem necessary. October 7th. I finally made up my mind. I'll attempt to switch to the neighboring Mystery Prior pathway. Only then can I become a Sequence 1. I've always suspected that the Hidden Sage was originally a conceptualized uniqueness. Later, due to some accident, he gained sentience and completely awakened. Therefore, there's a high chance that the Sequence 1 spot of this pathway is still empty. P.S. Update first before making changes. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 729. I've long obtained the Knowledge Emperor Potion formula from that most ancient organization. Now, it's time to seek out the corresponding ingredient. It might already belong to an angel, or it might have fused with something around it, turning into a twisted and evil monster or a chaotic and terrifying Grade 0 sealed artifact. In short, I have to be careful. It's best if I can find a suitable helper. Knowledge Emperor. This Sequence 1 potion's name is really interesting. If I hadn't directly seen the Blasphemy Stone, I would have thought that it belonged to the Reader Pathway, the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. What's even stranger is that these two pathways aren't interchangeable. I once discussed this matter with that mysterious leader and old Mr. Hermes. We basically came to a consensus that the Reader Pathway represents the omniscience of omniscience and omnipotence. As for Mystery Prior and Savant, they correspond to knowledge itself. They belong to two different aspects. One is more mysterious, and the other is closer to reality. When I become Knowledge Emperor, Bernadette won't have to worry about the Hidden Sage's indoctrination, nor will she have to be afraid of the pursuit of knowledge. The Emperor eventually turned to the Mystery Prior pathway. I wonder if he successfully became Knowledge Emperor. Perhaps it's because of this matter that he completely severed ties with the Church of Steam, resulting in him being unable to find any helpers with the entire world as his enemy. He ended up placing his hopes on the Twilight Hermit Order. Klein thought wistfully and speculated. Apart from that, he was rather interested in the Emperor's explanation of how the reader pathway couldn't be interchanged with Mystery Prior and Savant. He believed that if he deepened it further, he might be able to find the rules and principles behind the interchanging of Beyonder pathways. From the point of view of ordinary Beyonders, Reader, Mystery Prior, and Savant belong to the domain of knowledge. There should be a strong connection between them, but in the end, the first one is a heresy. Reader belongs to the omniscience of omniscience and omnipotence. Then, the secret's suppliant, which is also the shepherd pathway, belongs to the omnipotence of omniscience and omnipotence? Then, there's a certain degree of overlap between the two. For example, being knowledgeable leads to being versatile, and being versatile leads to being knowledgeable. Therefore, they can be interchanged. From this point of view, the storm pathway is omnipotent in the sea, land, and air. The spectator's corresponding domain of the mind is a powerful complement to the storm. So, why can sun be interchangeable with them? Considering that the last person with the title of omnipotent and omniscient was the ancient sun god, did it mean that the sun god was the cornerstone that contained the title of omnipotent and omniscient? According to this line of thought, Mystery Priors and Savant are different aspects of knowledge, which is why they can be interchanged. Then, what's the difference between assassins and hunters? What about the Evernight, Death, and God of Combat pathways? Klein thought a lot at once, but he had neither the time nor enough information to analyze it in depth. He could only temporarily put the corresponding problems at the back of his mind and use his mind to move the third diary page to the top. With a glance, Klein's attention was suddenly focused, because this diary entry was very different from the previous ones. There was no date on it, and the spacing between the words was large. Because it was the original version, it was obvious that the weight of the pen was extraordinary. Klein's gaze swept over it, and the contents of the yellowed paper were reflected in his mind. No. Impossible. How could this be? If my guess is correct, I'm not the only one who had that experience. No. How could this be? What I saw is telling me that everything will be destroyed. Everything I created will be the same. No. I can't accept such an outcome. I have to work hard to save myself and stop pinning my hopes on the 7 deities. Only by ascending to the throne of Sequence 0 can I, and what I value, be preserved. Should I attempt to pull Mr. Dorr back into the real world? No. Although he claims to be a Sequence 1, I believe that he is definitely not an ordinary Sequence 1. It's very likely to bring me an unexpected disaster. Chinese characters that were much larger than the first 2 pages filled the yellowed paper in a sparse and messy manner. There wasn't much content, but it made Klein's head throb. When he wrote this diary entry, Roselle the Great was very likely already a Sequence 1 knowledge emperor. The content he wrote with intense emotions had a powerful sense of mystery. This also meant that if Klein were to read this content in the real world, he might very well lose his mind and go mad on the spot, or even lose control. Thankfully, Ma-Am Hermit doesn't know Chinese. Otherwise, she would have mutated when she forcefully memorized the content. Even if she doesn't know it, she would have found it especially tiring and draining. If she were to come into contact with it or stare at it for long periods of time, it's inevitable that she will hallucinate. There's a high chance that she will show signs of losing control, Klein thought in relief. His attention quickly turned back to the diary as questions surfaced in his mind. What did the Emperor see that made his emotions so intense and his attitude turn so extreme? No, the agitation and impulsiveness between the lines is a little abnormal. It doesn't match the image of a person who has been in a high position for a long time, much less the level of an angel. Even in the final days, when the emperor said that he wouldn't care about the deluge after his death, he didn't lose his composure or be that agitated. Who influenced him? Or was he corrupted by something? Also, he mentioned that he wasn't the only one who encountered such an encounter. What is he referring to? Transmigration? Back on Earth, he wasn't the only one who transmigrated due to some baffling matter or object. There was me, or maybe even more. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein didn't waste any time. He made the 3 diary pages vanish and smiled at Katlia. "Have you thought of a request?" Katlia bowed as though she was prepared. "I want to know why Roselle the Great went crazy in his later years." In the same row, Audrey blinked, suspecting that she had heard wrongly. She never expected M. Hermit to ask such a serious question the moment she opened her mouth. Furthermore, how would she know that Roselle the Great went crazy in his later years? Also, she had only submitted 3 diary pages. To ask such a high-level question doesn't conform to the law of equivalent exchange. All sorts of thoughts surfaced in Audrey's mind, but she didn't stop M. Hermit from asking. Instead, she was very interested and excited as she waited for Mr. Fool's response. The hanging man Alger, Emlyn, and magician's furs also held their breaths as they cast their gazes at the end of the long bronze table. Only Sun and the world didn't seem too concerned. The fool Klein thought for a moment and chuckled. "First, let's confirm a fact. I'm not omniscient, nor am I omnipotent." He said those words in a self-deprecating tone, but the hermit and company didn't show any signs of abnormality. They even appeared a little more respectful. To them, it was obvious that Mr. Fool wasn't omniscient or omnipotent. Even without mentioning their guesses of Mr. Fool's state, just the fact that this secret existence's honorific name didn't have such a description was enough to prove this problem. Furthermore, all the true gods and evil gods at present didn't have an omniscient and omnipotent honorific name. After setting the tone without leaving a trace, Klein began answering the hermit's question. "I also want to know what Roselle encountered in his later years. At present, what can be confirmed is that due to some unknown stimulation or influence, Roselle has cast his sights on Sequence 0. He didn't explain what Sequence 0 corresponded to. In the tarot, those who knew more than those who didn't know could guess a little. Sequence 0. The Emperor wants to become a god? It's no wonder he went crazy in his later years. Audrey knew what Sequence 0 represented and felt wistful. The hanging man Alger was the same. Katlia clearly understood the meaning of Sequence 0. She expressed her gratitude thoughtfully and retracted her gaze. Sequence 0. Emlyn and Magician's furs ruminated over the 2 words, as though they had just learned that there was another level above Sequence 1, and that it belonged to a true god. Son Derek looked at Mr. Fool in confusion. He didn't understand what was wrong with Roselle the Great, who had a strong sense of existence, attempting to break through to Sequence 0. In the City of Silver, if there was a chance, every resident wished to become a Sequence 0 true god so as to create a more suitable environment for everyone to live in, or to lead everyone away from the abandoned land. Klein didn't speak further as he leaned back in his chair and surveyed the area. "You may begin." With that said, he controlled the world to look at Son Derek and chuckled. "The notary potion formula you wanted is here. Thank you, Mr. World. According to our agreement, I will note down this debt and await your request," Son Derek said sincerely. "All right." As Klein controlled the world to answer, he made him pretend to request Mr. Fool to appear. It didn't take long for the potion formula to arrive in the hands of little Sunday. Derek happily took it and quickly scanned through the contents of the goatskin as though he was hungry and thirsty. Sequence 6 Notary. Main ingredients: 1 crystallized root of the elder tree, 5 tail feathers of the spirit-packed bird. Supplementary materials: 100 milliliters of radiant spirit-packed tree sap, 1 golden-rimmed sunflower, 1 white-rimmed sunflower, 5 drops of water fern sap. Without waiting for the others to speak, the world looked at the hanging man Alger and spoke again. You know, you already have the ocean songster potion formula and main ingredient. Huh? Audrey and company were momentarily dumbfounded. Katlia couldn't hide her surprise as she looked at the world. She remembered very clearly that German Sparrow had hunted Slaughterer Curtius last week. Where did he get the ocean songster potion formula and main ingredients from? Don't tell me he killed another ocean songster? In the Church of the Storm, he would be considered a quasi-high-ranking member. It's only been a week. Katlia didn't think it was realistic. Chapter 730. Mr. World even obtained the ocean songster's potion formula and main ingredient. How impressive! Sun looked away from the goatskin in his hand and looked at the gentleman sitting at the end of the long bronze table. In his heart, the strength of World had risen to another level. He was already comparable to the weaker members of the six-member council. Magician's Furs was similarly astonished, and her feelings deepened. She remembered that when she first joined the tarot, the impression Mr. World gave her was that he was gloomy and reserved. Apart from that, there was nothing special about him. In the subsequent gatherings, he gradually displayed his experience, his vast knowledge, and his rather good abilities. At a glance, it was obvious that he was a senior beyonder who had experienced many things. He was a member of the Tarot second only to Mr. the Hanging Man. Such an image was almost fixed in Furz's heart, but in recent months, Miss Magicians discovered that World had refreshed her understanding of him time and time again. First, he had obtained rather important information, and then he had sold quite a number of beyonder characteristics in a short period of time. It made people involuntarily suspect that he was a beyonder assassin active in the mysterious world. They felt fear from the bottom of their hearts, but it was accompanied by a certain amount of joy. This meant that there was a high chance of success for certain missions being entrusted to Mr. World. When the new member, the Hermit, appeared, Magician's Furs imagined that Mr. World's brilliance would be completely overshadowed by that powerful lady. To her surprise, he had silently snatched back the limelight, leaving no one daring to look at him directly. To obtain the ocean songster potion formula, the corresponding main ingredient, and the Priest of Light potion formula in a week didn't seem like something a human could accomplish. He's indeed very powerful. I admire such people who appear silent and ordinary, but are actually very capable. Sigh, I wonder when I'll become a Viscount. After this hunting competition, the winner will receive a reward that's enough to raise a sanguine's intrinsic quality. Emlyn White quickly turned his thoughts back to his own matters. As Audrey sighed in amazement, she was increasingly puzzled by something that had happened before. Why hasn't the powerful Mr. World collected Roselle the Great's diary? He's not like am Hermit. He has joined the tarot for a long time and still needs to be observed. It's not like he doesn't have any needs. There's no need for him to gather Roselle the Great's diary to exchange for the corresponding items from Mr. Fool. Then, why doesn't he gather them? Could it be that he had submitted it in private? But why in private? Vaguely, Audrey felt that Mr. World and Mr. Fool had a certain connection, but she couldn't be sure. After all, there were still many possibilities. At this moment, the hanging man, Alger, fell silent for a few seconds before turning to look at the end of the long bronze table. Honorable Mr. Fool, I request to speak to the world in private. Here it comes. Klein nodded in anticipation before blocking the senses of others. Alger waited for 2 seconds before turning to look at the world, German Sparrow. I'll use the coordinates of a primitive island that no one else knows of in exchange. Not only are there many beyonder creatures that have gone extinct in the northern and southern continents, but there's also an ancient ruin of unknown age hidden there. Back then, I discovered it with Zillings. Back then, we didn't have the ability to explore it in depth. However, he discovered some traces and suspected that there was something very precious and important hidden in the ruin. He believed that its value wasn't inferior to the deck of cards created by Roselle the Great. My strength is inferior to Zillings's, and I can't go as deep as him. I have no way of knowing what he saw. I can only guess the situation from the words he said in passing. Mr. the Hanging Man's words contain a lot of information. From the looks of it, he and Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings have known each other for a long time. They have even explored together and discovered the primitive island and ancient ruins. And he was also the one who wanted to finish off the pirate admiral while Zillings was away from the sea. The Hanging Man isn't a simple member of the Church of the Storm. His past seems to be very complicated, and he hides many secrets. Yes, the value of a primitive island is indeed not small. To a secret organization, this is the cornerstone that supports the growth of its members. Klein controlled the world to assume a pondering posture in an attempt to obtain more information from the Hanging Man. Seeing that the world didn't reject or agree, the Hanging Man Alger, who had calmed down, calmly said, "There are traces of a demigod beyonder creature on it. There are traces of a demigod beyonder creature on it. It should be of great value to you. I can swear to Mr. Fool that I'm not lying. After I obtain the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula, I'll have to consider how to obtain the corresponding main ingredient. At the level of a demigod, money is of little use. Bartering is the most likely way to obtain what I want. The location of a demigod beyonder creature is very important. That ruin is also a little interesting." The world didn't hesitate as he chuckled. "Deal." The Hanging Man Alger didn't immediately request for the Ocean Songster Potion formula. Instead, he said, "I have a prerequisite. I hope that your first exploration of that primitive island will have me as your companion. With Mr. Fool watching over everything, I believe you don't have to worry that I have any ill intentions." Klein considered for a moment and made the world nod. "No problem. When I head to dangerous places, I'll need some companions. I hope you have the ability to keep up." Alger wasn't angered by his tone as he heaved a sigh of relief. "Therefore, I hope that your first exploration will be after I successfully advance. Of course, if I lose control because of the potion, this agreement will naturally be voided." "Sure," the world replied indifferently. The Hanging Man Alger didn't waste his breath. After obtaining Mr. Fool's approval, he conjured the goatskin with the situation of the primitive island. It's at the edge of the Rorsted Sea. The overall area isn't small. It's equivalent to Blue Mountain Island. Klein took the piece of paper and quickly scanned it, roughly figuring out where the primitive island was. He quickly looked up. "The potion formula and main ingredient will be given to you after the gathering." "All right." Alger, who had made his choice, was no longer conflicted. His heart surged when he heard this, but he remained calm on the surface. Their private conversation came to an end. Katlia retracted her gaze from the world and turned to Magician's Furs. "I've got the meteorite crystal. 600 pounds for 60 grams. So fast. Ma, Hermit is very efficient." Furs was both surprised and troubled. After the party last week, she had already received the crystallized blood of the Lavos octopus and paid 600 pounds for it. She only had 230 pounds left in her savings. Including the 150 pounds she just received this week, she was still short of 220 pounds. "I'll borrow some money from Zio for emergencies. She should have that much. Once I advance successfully, I'll make the most of it. Hurry up and make money." Furs silently took a deep breath and said, "That's right. All right, we'll make the deal at this time tomorrow." Katlia tersely acknowledged and looked at Audrey without any hesitation. The spinal fluid of the black hunting monitor lizard has been confirmed. 1,800 pounds. There are temporarily no clues to the fruit of the illusory chime tree. That's already very good. It's better than I expected. Thank you, Ma Hermit. Audrey thanked her sincerely, completely ignoring the price. She had recently discovered that the establishment of the Relic Search and Preservation Foundation had another use. It could make the use of her funds more discreet and inconspicuous, preventing her father and mother from noticing anything amiss. After confirming the two deals, Katlia surveyed the area as though she had blended in. Any clues to the blood of a mythical creature? Klein immediately controlled the world and chuckled hoarsely. Are you referring to pure mythical creatures? Pure mythical creatures? There are impure mythical creatures? Audrey and company were puzzled and intrigued when they heard that. Katlia was taken aback for a second before saying, pure, which is also the blood of an angel. Pure, in other words, angel blood. 1 drop is enough. She didn't introduce it in detail back then because she believed that such a high-end item wouldn't appear in the tarot for the time being unless Mr. Fool was willing to provide help. And clearly, Mr. Fool didn't need anyone to explain what a mythical creature was. I have some clues, but I can't guarantee that I'll be able to obtain them. Furthermore, I'll have to wait at least 3 months, Klein replied as he controlled the world. The other members of the tarot fell silent. They never expected the world to even have clues to the blood of an angel. Was there anything he couldn't do? Audrey, Magician's Furs, and company once again refreshed their impression of Mr. World. The hanging man Alger suspected that the world wanted to borrow a drop of blood from Mr. Fool's angel. After a brief silence, Emlyn suddenly realized that his improvement wasn't as obvious as the other members of the tarot. He asked weakly, "Do you have any clues about my previous request?" Magician's Furs immediately said, "There's a suspicious situation. There's a suspicious situation. I'll investigate further." Burdened with debt, she was filled with motivation to do things. At the end of the transaction, Sun made a request to purchase the Tree of Elders root crystal, and the spirit-packed bird's tail feathers were in the City of Silver's special warehouse. In addition, he also requested to purchase the golden-edged sunflower and other supplementary ingredient. These were common items in the outside world, but lacking in the forsaken land of the god. The Tree of Elders root crystal and those supplementary ingredients aren't a problem, Emlyn said with a jolt. Then, what can you use to exchange for it? The last time he provided Miss Justice with the fruit of the Tree of Elders, he knew where the root crystal was. Derek thought for a moment and said, "That's right. A beyonder characteristic of a Sequence 5 vampire? This was not a rare monster in the depths of the darkness." "Sanguine," Emlyn said through gritted teeth. "Don't be anxious. I'll tell you when I've thought of what I want." He didn't want the rewards from the trade to be the same as the rewards from the hunting competition. All right. Having already owed a huge debt to the world, Derek was rather calm. After another moment of silence, the Fool Klein tapped the edge of the long mottled table, indicating that the free exchange segment had begun. P.S. There's still a question that needs to be answered. Why did I dismantle the idiom and change it into a more cumbersome description? As this book is set in the West, I've tried my best not to make the language stand out. Apart from Roselle's diary and Cosmental language, I've tried my best to change the idiom that has more Chinese characteristics, making the overall description less dramatic. Originally, I could tell that people were teasing and joking when they said, "I've added a few more words." Therefore, I just smiled and didn't need to explain anything. But now, perhaps due to the influence of the person who said that I've added more words, there are actually quite a number of people who believe that I've deliberately added more words. They believe that there's a problem with my attitude towards words, so I have no choice but to defend myself. Actually, when I'm in a good state and have plenty of time, I'll have the mood to think about how to change the idiom to avoid the contradiction in language styles. When time is tight or when I can't think of a good statement, I'll directly use an idiom. When you say that I've added a few words, it's actually when my writing attitude is good and I'm in a good state. If I really want to add a few words, what's the use of a few sentences? Instead, it's a waste of my time to think about how to change it. It's much cleaner and more direct to directly use an idiom. With that time, I can write a few more sentences. Chapter 731. In the ancient palace that stood above the grey fog, the hanging man Alger wasn't in a hurry to mention the matter regarding crazy Captain Connors Victor. He turned his head and looked at Sunday. "Are you still in Afternoon Town?" Derek nodded honestly. Yes, we used a long period of time to set up the camp. Then, we worked in small groups to clear the remaining monsters street by street, searching for any ancient traces that might exist. Although it's very slow, it's sufficiently safe. He answered in great detail, and he expressed the attitude that it wasn't a problem for Mr. the Hanging Man to know more if he wished to know. Audrey listened with piqued interest as she slightly raised her hand. What do you rely on for food after being in Afternoon Town for so long? Is there black-faced grass nearby? She had long heard from Little Sun that the City of Silver relied on the black-faced grass planted in the surrounding areas to survive. We carry a portion of the powder ground from black-faced grass, but our main source of food comes from the monsters we kill. Most of them can be eaten as long as their beyonder characteristics are extracted, their fur is stripped, and they are burned with flames. However, they all have a certain level of contamination that will cause mental problems. We can't continuously ingest them, and we need sufficient intervals. Derek answered Miss Justice's question seriously. Audrey recalled the few monsters that Little Sun had mentioned in the depths of the darkness. Thinking back to the gloomy and terrifying style of the City of Silver, she couldn't help but ask, "Isn't that disgusting?" Magician's Furs, who was focused on listening to the conversation of the other members, was inspired by this question. She deliberately didn't look at Emlyn as she curiously asked Sun, "I remember you saying that the monsters in the depths of the darkness include vampires." "I remember you saying that the monsters in the depths of darkness include vampires. They are covered in pus and are extremely ugly. Then, after killing such vampires, will you use them as food?" After hearing this question, Emlyn completely forgot to correct her that she was a sanguine and not a vampire. His face turned green as he felt an indescribable sense of horror. Derek was silent for 2 seconds. "Some monsters are indeed disgusting, very disgusting, just like the vampires that Miss Magicians mentioned, but we don't have a choice. As long as we can eat them, we'll eat them." His voice gradually deepened, as if he had once again deeply felt the cursed tragedy that enveloped the entire City of Silver. The palace that resembled a giant's residence fell silent once again. Even Emlyn, who wanted to refute the Sun's words, didn't say a word. All he did was curl his lips and shrink his arms. A few seconds later, the world broke the silence and chuckled. "Let's go back to the sea. Recently, there's something worth paying attention to." The crazy Captain Connors Victor's single-eyed skull drifted to the dock after a storm. The mast on it was broken, and there were traces of scorch everywhere. All the crew members, including Connors Victor himself, were dead. Audrey and the others didn't know who the crazy captain was, so they weren't too interested in the news. They were just a little curious as to why such a tragic shipwreck would happen. The Hanging Man Alger's feelings were completely different from theirs. The world is actually paying attention to the crazy captain's matter. There's quite a big secret behind this. It's no wonder His Excellency Cotman had solemnly issued the order for the mandated punishers and captain's sailors to investigate the relevant situation. Alger's eyes flickered as he thought for a moment. In Byam, the Church of the Storm is actively investigating the people and matters related to crazy Captain Connors Victor. I don't even need another commission. Klein chuckled inwardly and made the world directly ask, "What clues does the Church of the Storm have?" "I don't know. I'll try my best to understand." The Hanging Man Alger shook his head frankly. He believed that the world could understand what he was implying. "I really don't know now, but I'll find out internally." Audrey, who was listening out of curiosity, felt that the matter with Crazy Captain wasn't simple. She probed, "Mr. World, isn't this a common infighting among pirates?" Klein was just about to give a perfunctory reply to Miss Justice without divulging more when he suddenly thought of a problem. The Great Smog of Bakeland and the missing persons might be a faction of the royal family, as well as some military personnel. As for Miss Justice, she's naturally biased towards the nobles and the royal family in terms of emotions and stance. If there's a day in the future when I entrust her with a mission to deal with those who deserve to be hanged and cursed, she might not be willing to accept it. She might even fall into a dilemma. Therefore, I have to instill in her the impression that there are many bad people in the royal family and the military, so as to subtly change her stance and emotional bias. For this, I can bear the risk of exposing a portion of the world's information. Klein thought for a moment and made the world say in a relaxed tone with a hint of mockery. Crazy Captain is related to the missing persons case that Mr. the Hanging Man had previously investigated. The Demonist sect handed the people they had tricked or plundered over to Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy and other external factions. They would then transport them to the northern continent's east coast, and with the help of Crazy Captain Connors Victor, they would complete the final distance. This pirate has close ties with many human traffickers and slave merchants in Rouen. In January, I told Mr. the Hanging Man a piece of news. Someone witnessed Baron, who was involved in the missing persons case, meeting with MI9 personnel loyal to the royal family. Also, the biggest human trafficker in Bakeland, Capim, has an arbiter pathway protector by his side. With so many things added together, do you still think that Crazy Captain's death was a simple case of infighting among pirates? Heh, I've always been wondering why the person behind the scenes needs so many slaves. The clear connection between the clues appeared in the minds of Justice Audrey, the Hanging Man Alger, and company, making them suddenly understand many things. Mr. World had left Bakeland and headed out to sea to pursue clues. He had been investigating the truth behind the Great Smog and Prince Edisac's death all this time. According to the information he provided, it was obvious that the real murderer had yet to be punished. He was still hiding within the royal family, and a number of military personnel were working for him. How despicable! Such a person should be thrown into hell. How does Mr. World know that Capim's protector is a beyonder of the arbiter pathway? They've crossed paths before? As Audrey's thoughts raced, she suddenly made a connection. Capim was killed by hero bandit Black Emperor, and the latter clearly knew which pathway Capim's protectors belonged to. Hero bandit Black Emperor is Mr. Fool's blessed. Mr. World is suspected to have a certain connection with Mr. Fool. He has never collected Roselle the Great's diary. Therefore, Mr. World is hero bandit Black Emperor, Mr. Fool's blessed? He didn't submit Roselle the Great's diary because he had submitted it in private? His previous actions were to hide his identity as a blessed? Is this Mr. Fool's test? It's really hard to connect Mr. World to hero bandit Black Emperor. The latter is more like a hero. Audrey felt that she had found the truth and began to wonder what kind of person Mr. World, who was also hero bandit Black Emperor, was in reality. The Hanging Man Alger and the Hermit Catlia immediately understood why German Sparrow had attacked Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy. This blessed was investigating the truth behind the Great Smog of Bakeland, and what was hidden behind this was something that Mr. Fool was interested in. Magicians Furs and Emlyn, who lived in Bakeland, also vaguely sensed something from World's mention of Capim. After all, the legend of hero bandit Black Emperor had been rather popular in the past half a year. He had become an important character in many popular novels. Even Furs herself wanted to write a love story between a hero bandit and a noble lady with him as the main character. They finally understood why World had been able to detect in time that something major was brewing in Bakeland. It was very likely that a tragedy would happen. This was because this gentleman had always been pursuing the corresponding clues. From the looks of it, the matter in Bakeland is far from over. There might be more accidents in the future. I really want to leave immediately, but Zio definitely isn't willing. There's no way for me to explain it to her. Furs instantly had the thought of escaping Bakeland. Emlyn wasn't too afraid. From his point of view, if a disaster really happened, the Sanguine had important figures in Bakeland. They would definitely be able to provide protection. After 2 seconds of silence, the Hanging Man Alger said solemnly, I'll do my best to investigate this matter. I'll do my best to investigate this matter. He already had a premonition that a rather terrifying storm was lurking behind Crazy Captain's death. Therefore, he was a little afraid and fearful, but he didn't lack the excitement and trembling of participating in the most important matter in the northern and southern continents. Cattleya listened quietly and nodded. I'll also gather the corresponding information. If you can provide more clues, I might be able to help. Klein thought for a moment and made the world say frankly, that's right. On the night of Crazy Captain's death, there was a high-sequence beyonder suspected to be of the Black Emperor pathway on his ship, but this demigod successfully escaped before John Cotman arrived. Black Emperor pathway, demigod. Alger and Cattleya ruminated over these words as they considered how they could proceed. Audrey and company were amazed that Tarot had gone from discussing demigods to directly participating in matters related to demigod. It was really getting more and more sophisticated. As for Sun, he didn't understand the entire conversation. After the matter with Crazy Captain came to an end, Cattleya glanced at the world and deliberately mentioned, "There's another matter at sea. Last week, the crazy adventurer, German Sparrow, hunted the second mate of the King of Immortality, Slaughterer Curtius. He's a Sequence 5 Beyonder." "How impressive!" Magician's Furs, who was only a Sequence 8, praised sincerely. She knew very well what Sequence 5 represented. "Yes, what a legendary adventurer," Audrey added. Emlyn opened his mouth before closing it again. He felt that he was still very far from such a level. "The hanging man," Alger said without any abnormalities. "Because of this, investigating the origins of German Sparrow has become an important task for all the major organizations." "You mean the Church of the Storm also asked you to investigate me?" Klein instantly understood the meaning behind Mr. the Hanging Man's words. He made the world chuckle in a deep voice. "Where can I get this commission? I want to exchange some unimportant information for money. I have a certain understanding of the German Sparrow." Does Mr. World mean that he doesn't mind me submitting some seemingly important but actually meaningless German Sparrow intelligence in exchange for rewards and trust?" The Hanging Man nodded in understanding. The free exchange continued for a while, until Derek finished learning the week's worth of Ancient Hermes words. Only then did everything come to an end. After watching Miss Justice and company leave in a bowing state, Klein cast his gaze at Roselle's travels on the table. "P.S. After some thought last night, I felt that changing an idiom without any historical allusions would be a little jarring to Chinese readers. Therefore, I plan on using another method to deal with it. There's no need to use the ingenious method of expanding or translating the content. Instead, I'll use the meaning and abandon the form. For example, using ravenous and thirsty is like a person who has been starving for days seeing food. That might be better." Chapter 732. Feeling that he wasn't exhausted, Klein rubbed his temples and waved his hand, causing a small metal bottle to fly over from the junk pile. It was a small tube of blood that he had previously extracted from his veins with great difficulty. He had long brought it above the gray fog, waiting for his spirit body to enter Roselle's travels and explore the world in the book. After unscrewing the lid, Klein wasn't in a hurry to smear the blood on the book's dark brown cover. Instead, he summoned all the items that he had brought into this mysterious space before the tarot gathering from the junk pile and scattered them in front of him. Considering how the Black Emperor's appearance was too eye-catching, and without knowing the exact situation of the world in the book, Klein decided not to bring the card of blasphemy with him. Instead, he used Aztec's copper whistle to strengthen his spirit body, so as to prevent himself from being instantly killed by a baffling power and not being able to return above the gray fog in time. As the ancient and exquisite copper whistle fused with him, Klein's spirit body seemed to swell up a little, but it was actually a lot thicker. 2 pitch-black flames leaped out of his eye sockets as though they had a life of their own. With the help of cogitation and adjusting his spirituality, Klein converged the coldness that stemmed from death into his body, and the abnormalities in his eyes quickly recovered. This was like an evil spirit taking on the appearance of an ordinary person to lure its prey closer. Right on the heels of that, Klein wore creeping hunger and hid death knell and the nightmare beyonder characteristic in his body. The latter was something he had prepared to explore the dreams of the living beings in the world in the book in search of abnormalities. After making all the preparations, he opened the lid of the metal bottle, poured out a few drops of blood, and smeared it on the cover of Roselle's Travels. After a short wait, what he saw was blurry at first, as though there were countless transparent objects hidden within. Then it became clear. There was a blue sky, white clouds, grayish-brown city walls, and pedestrians coming and going. It's not the land of ice and snow from before, but a city that looks normal on the surface. Klein stood by the side of the road and examined the residents of the world in the book. He found that most of them wore linen shirts, brown short jackets, and dark loose trousers. The overall style was similar to that of the Kingdom of Rouen hundreds of years ago. Lowering his head to look at the swallow-tailed suit, stiff collar shirt, and dark red bow tie that he had conjured, Klein silently changed all of them, instantly becoming indistinguishable from the people around him. He then walked towards the city gate and prepared to enter. At this moment, a guard in leather armor stopped him. Entrance tax. One riddle. Do I look like I have money to you? I don't even know what riddle is. Klein mumbled inwardly in amusement. Following that, he used the communication between spirits to successfully get the guards to shift their attention to the caravan that was entering the city behind them. As a quasi-wraith that could possess others and control them, it was normal for him to influence a target's psyche. Such an ability wasn't considered powerful, but it was very useful against ordinary people. After entering the city, Klein remained vigilant as he strolled along the streets in a relaxed manner. He felt that the public hygiene here was better than Bakeland in earlier years. It seemed to have a mature sewer system, preventing the dumping of feces, urine, and garbage from the upper floors. I can't tell that this is the fake world in the book at all. Everyone has spirit body threads. As Klein observed the area, he suddenly noticed a stone building that was more than 10 meters tall. It was only 2 stories tall, and the top of the door was about 4 meters tall. There was a sign beside the building. It was written in a language that was different from the outside world, but Klein could understand a few words at a glance. Pesset Blacksmith's Guild. There's also a blacksmith's guild. This place really hasn't reached the age of steam. Just as Klein was feeling wistful, he saw the door creak open as a giant with abnormally long limbs walked out. The giant's skin was grayish-blue, and he had the iconic single vertical eye on his head. He held a large and heavy hammer in his hand as he walked to the other side of the street with a smile. The humans that came and went weren't afraid of him, as though they had seen too much of him. They even greeted the giant. "Good afternoon, Gurosel." Gurosel. Klein, who didn't know much about giants, had his pupils constrict. Only then did he find it familiar. Just as he was about to chase after it, he realized that the giant had turned into another street and vanished from his sight. Klein stood in his spot as he silently watched the intersection of the 2 streets. He had a vague guess. In the book, there's a Gurosel in the world? No, the end of the book was Gurosel dying in the Nation of Frost. That's another story? With all sorts of questions in mind, Klein wasn't in a hurry to find Gurosel. He turned around and entered a tavern by the side of the street. Such a place was often the place where the information in a city was the most chaotic and complicated. It helped him quickly grasp the overall situation. The tavern was dim, and the ventilation wasn't too good. The air appeared a little turbid. At that moment, there weren't many people drinking. Most of them were at the bar counter, chatting happily with each other or the bartender. Klein slowly walked over when his gaze suddenly froze. He saw a man wearing a pointed black hat and an asymmetrical coat sitting beside the bar counter. He was quite good-looking with flaxen hair, dark brown eyes, a high nose bridge, and thin lips. He was none other than Solomon Empire's Viscount Mobit Zoroast. Upon seeing him, Klein recalled the scene of this dream stealer rapidly aging and collapsing to the ground. He crawled towards elvish songster Ciadas with great difficulty and held her hand. All of this was as clear as if it had happened yesterday, but now, Mobit had appeared in front of him once again. Klein fell silent as he walked over and sat beside Mobit. He didn't speak, knowing that Mobit would take the initiative to communicate. "Foreigner, first time here in Pesot? I swear I've never seen you before." Mobit put down the cup of distilled alcohol and turned his head to look at Klein. "I come from the nation of Frost," Klein casually said. Mobit immediately laughed out loud. "You sure know how to joke. This is the nation of Frost. Of course, that was many years ago. Ever since the legendary king of the north was killed by some adventurers, heroes, there has been no more ice and snow here. Everyone believes that it should be called the nation of Neverwinter." Klein fell silent and didn't respond. "Why are you so serious? From the looks of it, you have your own pain." Mobit knocked on the bar counter in sympathy and gulped down a mouthful of alcohol. "Let me tell you, men should never get married. It will be the beginning of a lifetime of pain. Do you know? Whenever her emotions fluctuate, she will beat me up. She beats me up when she's happy, when she's shy, and when she's angry. She will beat me up no matter what. I've decided. From now on, I won't return home." "He's married to Ciadas?" Klein fell silent for 2 seconds as he sized up Mobit's face. He realized that there were no signs of bruises or swelling. This meant that the elvish songster knew that men cared about their pride. He sighed and asked, "Then why did you marry her?" Mobit was taken aback as he smiled bitterly. "I came here with a caravan. The first time I saw her, she was so beautiful. Her singing was so pleasant, and there seemed to be an indescribable sorrow hidden in it. I'm as afraid of her now as I was of her back then. I will definitely not return." "Hey, why do you sound a little sad?" "Don't be sad for me. I'm already free." At this moment, the door to the tavern opened with a bang. A beautiful female voice shouted, "Mobit, get out here! Mobit, get out here! I'll count to 10. If you don't go home, don't ever go back." 10, 9, Mobit bounced up and ran to the door. As he ran, he mumbled, "I know you won't have the patience. I know you don't have the patience. Every time you finish counting to 8, you jump to 2. Klein turned his body and saw Ciadas's figure, but he no longer had any thoughts of communicating with her. The real Mobit and Ciadas were already dead. The only ones alive here were the 2 world characters in the book. He stood up and left the tavern. Klein came to a nearby deserted alley, planning to confirm what the spirit world here looked like. His mind quickly outlined stacked spheres of light as his thoughts gradually emptied out. His body and mind turned tranquil. As his spirituality extended bit by bit, many indescribable illusory figures appeared around him. However, there were no 7 lustrous lights that contained countless knowledge in the sky. There's no 7 lights. The number of spirit world creatures isn't enough. This is indeed a fake spirit world constructed by the book itself. Klein took a step in and felt the colors in front of him suddenly brighten. They were extremely rich, and they clearly overlapped with each other. He wasn't in a hurry to explore the spirit world. He retreated and wandered around Pesot City, chatting with people. It didn't take long for him to find Roselle's residence. This giant ran a blacksmith shop, and at that moment, he was leisurely lying on a huge bed on the 2nd floor, catching up on his afternoon nap. Klein directly passed through the wall and came to Roselle's side. He stared at the giant for a few seconds before taking out the Nightmare Beyonder characteristic from his spirit body. He struggled to use the powers it naturally possessed. The deep and serene darkness quickly spread out, instantly enveloping Klein and Roselle. And in his spirit body state, Klein directly saw an irregular hazy sphere of light. His spirituality immediately spread out and touched the sphere of light. All kinds of scattered scenes appeared and flashed around him in an instant. Finally, it stopped outside a forest with huge towering trees but withered. On the other side of the forest, there was a towering mountain with steep cliff. At the top of the mountain was a magnificent palace. The palace was tall and magnificent, and it didn't look like it was prepared for humans. It gave off the feeling that it came from a myth, and the dusk light that scattered over it seemed to be frozen. Klein had seen this palace before. This was the giant king's court that had appeared in the world of dreams in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. However, his current perspective was completely different from before. He was currently behind the king's court. Chapter 733. Klein retracted his gaze and looked at the forest behind him that was so dense that almost no light could shine through. He roughly understood where he was. This was the waning forest that Gurozel had guarded back in the giant king's court. The trees in the forest were dozens of meters tall, and they were so thick that several giants needed to surround them. However, their bark was mottled with many rotting spots. Their branches and leaves were all withered and drooped down, entangling with each other like dark clouds floating in midair. Gurozel and a few giants similar to him were guarding the periphery of the forest, holding axes or greatswords as they focused on guarding different directions. According to Gurozel, the waning forest is where giant King Ormur's parents are buried. Apart from this ancient god, no one is allowed to enter, including these guards. Yes, giant King Ormur's parents should be the so-called first-generation giants, the craziest, most ferocious, and cruelest kind. It's probably… why would Gurozel have such a dream? As Klein pondered, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss. According to what he had learned while chatting around Pesot City, the present Gurozel was a local giant who was born and raised here. He had nothing to do with the giant king's court. Therefore, this dream seemed rather abnormal. From the psychological alchemy theory mentioned by Ma Am Daly and Miss Justice, perhaps when the world creates a character, he will use or replicate the original character's subconscious and collective subconscious. Then, he will make slight modifications to make the consciousness meet the needs of the current setting. Therefore, the present Gurozel will be affected by his subconscious in his dream, allowing him to recreate his life in the giant king's court. If that's really the case, I can only say that this book is a cruel author. With this in mind, Klein suddenly had an idea. He felt that this was an opportunity to obtain information regarding the giant king's court. He had planned to ask Gurozel about this, but to his surprise, the giant guardian died in the battle with Ulyssen, the king of the north, in order to fulfill his promise. His spirit body quickly dissipated after leaving the world in the book, not giving him a chance to communicate at all. Now, he finally had another way, which was to explore Rozel's dream. Some of it would definitely be ridiculous and exaggerated, but the rest would definitely be a reflection of reality. As long as one studied it carefully, it was not impossible to distinguish it. Gurozel has never entered the waning forest. Even if there's a scene inside, it's all from his imagination. There's no need to explore it. Klein slowly cast his gaze towards the mountain peak where the king's court was. It wasn't tall, which meant that the waning forest was located quite close to the king's court on the mountain. There should be a path leading to the residence of the ancient god from here. Klein didn't waste time searching. He walked directly to Rozel, put on a look of familiarity, and calmly asked, "How do I get back to King's Court?" He knew that Rozel was an honest giant, and he would definitely be more honest in a dream. Gurozel raised his hand to scratch the back of his head as he lowered his head in confusion and smiled. "Aren't we returning through the barren tunnel?" He pointed to the front and added, "Aren't we returning through the barren tunnel? Just circle around that boulder and you'll see it." "Thank you." Klein sighed and bowed. Watching him leave, Rozel scratched the back of his head again and muttered to himself in confusion, "That's right. Who is he? Why do I find him familiar?" After circling around a boulder that protruded from the mountain wall, Klein's vision suddenly opened up. A huge cave that was at least 30 meters tall appeared before him. There was a stone monument erected outside the cave. On it was carved a vertical eye, a tall nose, and thick lips. It looked like a giant's head had been pressed in, revealing only the front. Just as Klein approached, the mouth on the stone monument opened. "Why did you return to the king's court ahead of time?" Summoned by the king. Klein spoke without a change in expression. After all, the intelligence of all the living beings in this dream was basically equal to the owner of the dream, which was Roselle. The lips on the stone monument opened and closed as it let out a humming voice. "Please answer a question of mine, otherwise you will not be allowed to pass." At such a time, if I were to bring a Rhodes along, something fun would probably happen. Klein lampooned as he calmly nodded. "All right." The lips on the stone monument opened after 3 seconds. "If your wife, your daughter, or the woman you covet were to judge who is the most beautiful among them, what would you choose?" This is completely different from the magic mirror's style of asking questions. Klein's mouth quivered as his thoughts raced. He took nearly 10 seconds to answer. "My intelligence isn't enough to determine this matter. I will appoint someone with greater intelligence to give the answer." "How can I answer such a suicidal question myself?" he added inwardly while gritting his teeth. "Who is the person with greater intelligence?" The giant face on the stone monument fell into a daze for a few seconds. Klein replied solemnly, "That's right. Of course it's our king." The stone tablet was speechless. After a while, it finally spoke. "All right, I'll take it as you've answered. You can go now." Klein immediately passed this strange stone tablet and entered the cave ahead. The ground of the cave was covered with large stone slabs that seemed to have been weathered for a long time. Murals were painted on both sides and above them, telling stories of giants fighting against dragons, demon wolves, mutants, demons, and phoenix. The style of the paintings was rough, and the colors were dim, but they were extremely vivid. As Klein examined the mural, he walked forward and discovered clumps of withered weeds, as well as a lot of coarse gravel in the gaps between the stone slabs and below the mural. The deeper one went, the more realistic the feeling of water flowing away and the weakening of life became. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Klein saw an open grayish-blue door. On both sides of the door stood 2 giants that were 4 to 5 meters tall. The giants guarding this place were different from Roselle and company. They wore hard and gorgeous iron-black armor and unique helmets, making them look like 2 huge statues. They didn't stop Klein and allowed him to pass through the door and enter the hall inside. The hall wasn't considered wide, and the edges could be seen clearly. It could accommodate about 50 to 60 giants. As Klein was observing his surroundings, his feet suddenly trembled. Then, the entire hall seemed to be pulled by an invisible hand as it rapidly ascended. With a slight sway, he stabilized his body. He saw the grayish-black stone walls flash past the door as they kept descending. In just 10 seconds, there was a clanging sound as the hall stopped ascending. At this moment, it was no longer a cave tunnel outside the door. Instead, it was a magnificent hall propped up by stone pillars. Klein quickly left the original hall and sized up his surroundings with interest. This is the giant king's court's version of an elevator? This seems to be where the guards live. Outside are long tables that are taller than humans, as well as extremely large chairs. On both sides are rooms with large beds neatly arranged inside. Klein's gaze swept across the various items in the hall before finally stopping on a mural. The mural's main character was a giant wearing silver armor. As there was no comparison, Klein had no way of knowing how tall he was. This giant stood at the edge of a cliff, with the sword in his hand pointed upwards. His body emitted an obvious glow that illuminated the surroundings like the rising sun. Many giants knelt on one knee around him, as though they were praying or waiting for a bestowment. The giant king's eldest son, God of Dawn, Badhile? Klein pondered as he looked at the mural's main character's face. He saw that it was covered by a mask, and only his eyes produced a glow that resembled the light of dawn. Just like the god of combat statue in the underground ruins of Bakeland, his face is completely hidden behind a mask. Queen Mystic once said that the present god of combat is a giant who survived from ancient times. Therefore, their church's headquarters, the Great Twilight Hall, resembles the giant king's court. Could it be that this giant king's eldest son, the god of dawn, escaped the destruction of the king's court and took back his father's authority at a certain stage? Klein made a bold guess, but he didn't have any evidence or clues. According to the corresponding relationship, he looked at another wall. There was also a mural there, but the main character was no longer the god of dawn, Badhile. Instead, it was a female giant dressed in leather armor and a long skirt. This female giant stood sideways. The contours of her face were soft as she stared down with her single vertical eye. Her dark brown hair reached her back. She spread out her right hand, holding wheat ears, fruits, and other items. Around her were golden fields, clear lakes, trees filled with fruits, and glistening mushrooms. Giant Queen, Goddess of Harvest Omabella? Klein looked around, but he didn't find the mural that represented the giant king, Ormer. This is a remote guard's residence, so there's no image of an ancient god? Then, if I leave this place, I should be inside the giant king's court. Klein cautiously walked to the door, and used the method he had used in the world of dreams in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods to activate creeping hunger and use the power of a zombie to open the door. However, there wasn't a palace that was frozen in dusk like he had imagined. Instead, it was a gray world. The area in front of him seemed to have turned into a cliff that he couldn't see the bottom of. According to Miss Justice's previous experience, this should be the boundary of the dream. Next, I can only head down and enter Roselle's subconscious before finally reaching the sea of collective subconscious. Miss Justice discovered a mind dragon in the sea of human subconscious in the region she was in. Then, in this world of imagination created by the dragon of imagination, what exists in the sea of collective subconscious? With a thought from Klein, a staircase that led downwards appeared in the gray. The staircase wasn't vertical. It spiraled down into the gray, deep, and bottomless world of the mind that he couldn't see the details clearly. P.S. There's an update today. Usual time. Chapter 734. After silently observing it for a few seconds, Klein took a step forward and stepped onto the staircase. He carefully walked down one step at a time. The light around him gradually dimmed, leaving only a gray blur that enveloped the extremely quiet world. The further Klein went down, the more he felt like he had been locked in a dark and silent room. He could slowly hear his blood flowing and his heart beating vigorously. The latter was getting faster and faster, slowly tainting him with uncontrollable anxiety and panic. Klein hurriedly converged his psyche and visualized the stacked balls of light to stabilize his emotions and recover. To his side, the grayish-white cliff that represented Roselle's subconscious stood tall and cold. It was silent as though it was dead, but a point of light would flash in the surrounding gray from time to time. Klein focused his gaze and saw the giant who had stuffed a human into its mouth and the horrified Gu Roselle. Back then, the latter wasn't even 3 meters tall and was clearly still in his infancy. As the light flashed, the frozen dusk that scattered across the mountain appeared. Time seemed to slow down here. Klein was just about to search for more valuable information in Roselle's subconscious when he suddenly heard a beast-like panting sound. With a swoosh, a gigantic palm reached out from the surrounding grayness. Its skin was grayish-blue, and it was covered in signs of decay. There was an obvious yellowish-green liquid on it as it quickly grabbed at Klein's ankle. Amidst the panting sounds, the same palms grabbed upwards one after another from the staircase below, as though they wanted to forcefully drag Klein's spirit body into the deepest and most unfathomable place in the world of his mind. Instantly, the rotting palms were like a forest or a sea. They were densely packed as they constantly struggled to stretch upwards, letting out terrifying panting sounds that made one's hair stand on end. It gave Klein such a fright that he instinctively jumped up 3 steps. However, the countless palms that resembled a giant's corpse didn't stop. They held onto the surface of the staircase and squirmed upwards like a tidal wave, drowning every inch of space beneath them. Klein was just about to extend his right palm to take out Death Knell and use cleansing bullets and carnage to finish off the countless monsters, when 2 questions suddenly flashed in his mind. Where did these palms come from? Why did it appear in Rozelle's subconscious? The moment the problem appeared, inspiration struck. Klein vaguely understood something and immediately gave up on using Death Knell. He calmed his breathing and visualized the ball of light. The huge rotten palms took the opportunity to rush to his feet, grabbing at his ankles and calves. At this moment they disappeared without a sound, as if they had never appeared. Indeed, this is an illusion produced by Rozelle's subconscious. Here, not only does the mind and mind face each other directly, but they also fuse with each other. If one doesn't have the corresponding beyonder powers, the deeper one goes, the easier it is for one's emotions to collapse. One will be slowly eroded by the other party's subconscious, and finally, the body of heart and mind will be severely corrupted. One will become a mentally ill patient who can't recover their rationality, and this might very well lead to losing control. This is different from mediumship. It's not possible to avoid being corrupted just by maintaining lucidity and rationality, because one is already inside the target's body of heart and mind. Klein muttered silently as he came to a realization. He hesitated for a few seconds before turning around and climbing up the staircase. He didn't delve deeper into Rozelle's mind world because he lacked the beyonder powers to calm his mind. Forcefully continuing down was equivalent to suicide. I'll consider the problem of continuing my exploration after I gather the mystical items in this regard. Klein confirmed his thoughts as he walked faster and faster. Finally, with a leap, he returned to Rozelle's dream and returned to the place where the guards of the giant king's court lived. He was already exhausted, so he immediately left the dream and walked out of Rozelle's blacksmith shop through the wall. He once again observed the strangeness of the world in the book. I've already encountered Roselle, Mobit, and Ciatas, and while I was chatting with people, I've also heard of the pious priest, snowman, and philosopher Frunzier. However, there's no Anderson Hood, Edwina Edwards, Donnas, or German Sparrow. Therefore, will the dead have brand new characters in the book, or will the adventurers who have stayed here for extended periods of time and fully displayed themselves in their daily lives have a certain subconscious replicated? Klein strolled along the edge of the street illuminated by the setting sun as he pondered over this rather critical question. If it was the previous guess, that the dead would be revived and become new characters, then Klein didn't need to worry. But if it was the latter, he had no choice but to reduce the frequency at which he explored the world in the book and strictly control the amount of time he spent there. I can't make a judgment at the moment. I'll deal with it according to the later situation. It's never wrong to be cautious. Klein quickly made up his mind and was about to return above the gray fog. At this moment, he saw another familiar figure. The black-haired, blue-eyed Frunzier sat on a long wooden bench by the street. He stared blankly at the sky that seemed to have been burned by fire as though he was deep in thought. Thinking of how the former Rouen soldier's urn was in his hands and was prepared to be sent back to the Church of the Storm Cemetery in Bakeland, Klein sighed silently. He walked over and sat beside Frunzier. He asked in a casual manner, "What are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking about who I am, where I came from, and where I should return." Frunzier didn't retract his gaze as he spoke, as though he was in a dream. Without waiting for Klein to ask again, he shook his head and chuckled. "I've always felt that I don't belong here, that I'm not my present self. There's a place waiting for me to return. They mock me for always thinking about such useless questions, so they gave me the nickname of philosopher." As he spoke, He looked at the setting sun and fell into silence once again as he fell into a daze. Klein didn't say a word as he sat there in silence. He accompanied Frunzier as he watched the setting sun before silently disappearing. Frunzier didn't notice that the person beside him had left. He was like a marble statue as he stared into the distance, motionless for a long time. After resupplying, Alger Wilson commanded the Blue Avenger to leave the Resistance's private harbor. He didn't stay in the Rorstad archipelago for long. He had to return to Pasu Island to report on his duties within the stipulated time limit. At that moment, in the captain's cabin, he was looking at the illusory door formed from spirituality and expanding candlelight on the altar with great anticipation. It was the door of sacrifice, as well as the door of bestowment. Amidst an illusory creaking sound, the mysterious door slowly opened, revealing the endless depths and darkness inside. Light burst out from within before converging. By the time everything calmed down, 2 items had appeared on the altar at some point in time, and the door covered in all sorts of strange symbols had vanished. Alger was very composed as he seriously thanked Mr. Fool and ended the ritual according to the procedure. Only then did he reach out to pick up the 2 items on the altar. One of them was a neatly folded piece of paper, and the other was a transparent jellyfish that was wrapped in azure seawater. Alger first examined the latter and discovered that there would occasionally be whirlpools in the wind, and at other times there would be flashes of silver lightning. At other times there would be melodious singing coming from afar. This voice has a feminine feel. From the looks of it, the owner of this characteristic is a lady. Alger couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, because this meant that it wasn't a quasi-high-ranking member of the Church of the Storm who had been killed. The Church of the Storm didn't have any female quasi-high-ranking members or high-ranking members. After putting away the Ocean Songster's Beyonder characteristic, Alger unfurled the piece of paper, skipped the main ingredient column, and quickly scanned the supplementary ingredient. Finally, his gaze stopped on the ritual. To him, since he already had a Beyonder characteristic, it didn't matter what the main ingredient was. He could look at it later. As for the supplementary ingredients, they were relatively easy to gather, so he didn't need to pay too much attention to them. Only the ritual was of utmost importance. Consume the potion in the stomach of an Obninsk. Alger silently read the contents of the ritual as the corresponding information quickly surfaced in his mind. An Obninsk was an ancient sea monster that could directly devour a sailboat. It had a massive, twisted body, as many as 3 heads, and many tentacles that were entangled together. It was the main character of many legends at sea. Most of these sea monsters had been tamed by the Church of the Storm. They had a fixed area of activity, but it was unknown if they had intelligence close to that of a human. It's no wonder the Church wants to control an Obninsk and not other sea monsters. It's no wonder there are so many Beyonders of the Sailor Pathway among the pirates, but only a few can reach Sequence 5. They either directly inherit it, or they're subordinates of the King of the 5 Seas and Queen Mystic. Then, where should I find an Obninsk that doesn't belong to the Church? Alger frowned slightly as he considered how to bypass the Church of the Storm for his advancement. His first reaction was to find Queen Mystic Bernadette through Admiral of Stars Catlia and find out where an Obninsk that didn't belong to the Church of the Storm was. His second reaction was that there was a risk of exposing himself. This was because the corresponding Obninsk might very well be a servant of Queen Mystic. It would report everything it saw to its master. Yes, I'll use this as a last resort. Alger's thoughts raced as he quickly came up with another idea. That was to pray to Mr. Fool. This awakened existence had secretly grasped the original authority of sea god Cavituous. He could control underwater creatures, and it was possible that he knew where to find an Obninsk that didn't belong to any faction. There's no rush. If I were to advance now, there's no way to hide the uncontrollable dispersal of spirituality from the eyes of others. Once I'm done with my report and leave Pasu Island, I'll attempt to pray. Alger calmed down and memorized the ocean songster formula. Then, he moved the piece of paper towards the flame at the top of the candle. As he watched the flame devour the formula at an increasing speed, Alger's gaze turned darker. After he finished dealing with the remaining traces, his gaze landed on a sea map and locked onto a spot. Bansi. Alger had previously planned on making a trip to Bansi on his way back to Pasu Island to take a look at the current situation of the harbor. He had already informed his sailors of this idea, and no one had any objections. This was because they were similarly curious as to why Bansi Harbor had suddenly been destroyed and what it had become. P.S. Updated at midnight. Chapter 735. On the future, Frank Lee rolled up his sleeves, flicked his fountain pen, and wrote with a smile, "My dear friend Gairman Sparrow, I have good news for you. I've used the flesh and blood of a rose bishop to successfully nurture a brand new mushroom. As long as there are fish, it can constantly reproduce, so we don't have to worry about not being able to eat mushrooms after a long voyage. Furthermore, it's hybridized with beef, making it taste great. Its only flaw is that it can't fish by itself. It needs help, but I don't think it's a big problem. After all, Nina said that it wouldn't pollute the ocean this way. Alright, let's just assume that she's right." Sui Meng Xiao Shua said. "I've sent you some dried mushrooms. As long as you give them water and fish, they will immediately become normal and reproduce on their own. I hope you like my gift." After rambling on for a while, Frank folded the letter, put it into an envelope, stuffed 3 dried mushrooms into it, and applied glue to seal it. After doing all of this, he took out the note that Klein had given him and seriously prepared the ritual to summon the messenger according to the description on it. This was not complicated for Frank. It did not take him long to set up the altar and create a wall of spirituality. Finally, he solemnly placed a Ruan gold coin in front of the candle. After lighting the candle and whispering the incantation, he stared at the flame, watched it expand, and out came a headless lady carrying 4 heads. Frank was shocked at first, but then he stared at Rionette and Tinnacle's 4 beautiful, blonde, red-eyed heads with a fervent gaze. He muttered, "That's right. How did you do it? Why can't they be completely consistent? If I plant it in the soil, will it grow more?" The eyes of the 4 heads held by Rionette and Tinker turned in different directions before finally landing on Frank Lee's face. Suddenly, all the soil in the various containers in the room flew out and piled up in front of Frank. Frank then floated up, rolled in the air with a stunned expression, and fell head first into the pile of mud. His legs kept struggling outside, but he couldn't pull them out for a while. Only then did 2 of Rionette Tinker's 4 heads reach forward and bite the envelope and the gold coin. When she completely disappeared, Frank Lee finally found the best place to exert his strength. He left the soil and fell to the ground. "Amazing!" Frank exclaimed in fear. He then wiped the dirt off his face into his mouth, chewed carefully for a while, and muttered to himself, "It's a little sour." At that moment, Admiral of Stars Catlia, who had just completed the sacrifice in the captain's cabin, seemed to sense something. Her dark purple eyes subconsciously looked towards Frank Lee's room and vaguely saw a crudely made illusory doll. "This baby doesn't have a brain." The scene flashed by, and Catlia's eyes instantly closed. There was a burning pain inside, and 2 lines of tears flowed down uncontrollably. She frowned a little and muttered uncertainly, "Ancient evil creature?" After distributing the meteorite crystal and the black hunting monitor lizard's spinal fluid to the magicians and Miss Justice, Klein returned to the real world and lay in a reclining chair. As he allowed his body to sway gently, he thought about where to go next. With the news of Gairman Sparrow's appearance and crazy Captain Connor's Victor's matter, it's unlikely that the pirates will appear in public in Byam for a long period of time. They've either boarded a ship and left the harbor, or they're lurking in hiding, making it difficult to find them. In other words, there's no need for me to stay here. The matters regarding the resistance can be controlled through Sea God's response and Donna's transmission. Yes, I'll head to the seaweed bar later. I'll get a fake identity and buy a black boat ticket to Desi Bay's Conant City. Not only is that the biggest port there, but it's also David Raymond's hometown. Back when I released this red glove from creeping hunger, I promised him that I would visit this beautiful coastal city and tell his daughter that the vendetta is over. Yes, I'll also think of a way to return the Nightmare Beyonder characteristic to the church. Heh, humans sure are hypocritical. On the one hand, they plan on returning the nightmare characteristic, and on the other, they plan on stealing the sealed artifact from behind St. Samuel Cathedral's Cheney's Gate. Shaking his head, Klein closed his eyes and used sleep to recover his spirituality. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly had a premonition. He naturally opened his eyes and quickly activated his spirit vision. Then, he saw Rionette Tinker walk out of the void. This messenger was wearing a complicated black dress that was similar to the one she usually wore. One of her heads had a letter in its mouth. Who sent it? Donna's, Vice Admiral Iceberg, Frank, or Anderson? Klein took the letter and nodded in greeting. Thank you. He was very polite to his powerful and mysterious messenger. He didn't wish to strangle himself to death one day. Do you want? Immediately. Reply. Rionette Tinker's foreheads moved their lips one after another as they said the words. Klein tore open the seal, took out the letter, and flipped through it. He was alarmed by the contents and nearly forgot to answer Miss Messenger. As for Rionette Tinker, she wasn't in a hurry as she quietly waited by the side. One day, Frank Lee would destroy the world. He had to be controlled and not given a chance to advance. Seriously, how much does this fellow love to hybridize and create all sorts of strange plants? The City of Silver has always lacked food. Klein's thoughts raced as he had a bold idea. It was to get Frank to change the direction of his research to the various foods suitable for the City of Silver. This way the cow, fish, mushroom, rose bishop, the sea, and world would be safe. Klein hurriedly looked up and said to Miss Messenger, Yes, reply immediately. Yes, right back immediately. He immediately got up from the reclining chair and walked to the table. He took out a fountain pen and paper and quickly wrote. I have a question. If I eat the mushroom you created, eat cooked fish, and drink a glass of water, can it continue to reproduce? After giving the reminder, Klein went straight to the point. Can you create a type of wheat that doesn't need sunlight to grow, or a cow that produces milk and meat by eating monsters? This seems very interesting. Following this topic, Klein wrote a few more paragraphs. Finally, he folded the letter and handed it to Rionette Tinker. He said very naturally, the postage will be paid by Frank. I hope. He's not dead. Miss Messenger's four heads finished speaking one after another before sending a representative to bite the letter. I hope he's not dead? Klein jumped in fright. Just as he was about to ask, Rionette Tinker had already entered the spirit world and vanished. After 2 seconds of consideration, Klein wrote down a divination statement and used the topaz pendant to confirm that Frank Lee was still alive. He silently heaved a sigh of relief, put away the dried mushrooms, rubbed his temples, and lay back down in the reclining chair. After dinner, seaweed bar. With an ordinary face, Klein came here once again. Unlike before, the customers in the bar were mainly mixed bloods with dark-skinned, slightly curly hair, and natives. They either belonged to a particular Biam gang, secretly worked for the resistance, or both. There weren't many ordinary people, and the pirates from different countries that were commonly seen in the past were all gone. Only a small number of adventurers were drinking hard liquor and discussing all sorts of rumors at sea. Klein swept his gaze and found Daniel, who Donnas had previously mentioned. This thin local could provide fake identification and a scalp ticket. He didn't have any qualms as he leaned over. A second-class ticket to Conant tomorrow and a piece of identification. Daniel looked up at him and thought for a moment. A total of £20. A single second-class ticket to Conant only costs about £1. However, an unregistered ticket is a lot more expensive to begin with. Together with the fake identification provided, £20 isn't too ridiculous. Klein did the math and said, "That's not a problem. When can I get it?" "I'll give it to you in 45 minutes. You can pay £5 up front and pay the rest after you get your ticket and proof of identity." "All right." Klein didn't waste his breath as he took out his wallet and drew out 5 £1 note. He wasn't worried that someone would target his wallet. This might mean that he could save £20, and he might even have some left over. Daniel had just verified the authenticity of the notes and was about to instruct his subordinates when he suddenly realized that the bar had turned extremely silent. Klein also sensed it as he subconsciously looked towards the door. There were 2 people there. One of them was dressed in a tailcoat with a black trench coat. His brown hair was neatly combed back. His eyes weren't big, but they were bright and spirited. He had a thin beard around his mouth, giving him a gentlemanly vibe but also a little undisciplined. The other person was wearing a hooded robe that was rarely seen in public. His face was hidden in the shadows, making it difficult to discern his looks. The lackadaisical gentleman swept his gaze around and seemed very satisfied with everyone's reaction. As he flipped the silver coin between his fingers, he walked towards Daniel. The hooded man followed behind him, occasionally taking out something from his pocket and stuffing it into his mouth, making crunching sounds as he chewed on it. The silver coins stopped flipping as the undisciplined gentleman came in front of Daniel and chuckled. "Prepare 10 tickets to Pritz Harbor tomorrow. They need to be on 3 different ships." "Yes, Mr. Oder." Daniel stood up in horror and replied. Klein momentarily failed to recall the undisciplined gentleman who was flipping the silver coins in his fingers because he didn't seem to have a bounty on him. Only when he heard the name Oder did he find it vaguely familiar. Just as he was recalling, he saw the hooded man take out a coffee-colored candy from his pocket and throw it into his mouth, producing crunching sound. After receiving an affirmative answer, Oder and Klein didn't stay any longer. In the silent atmosphere, they walked to the staircase and headed for the 2nd floor of the bar. Daniel exhaled and turned his head to see Klein's puzzled expression. He casually said, "Oder, the adventurer who serves the owner of the Dawn. I remember now. Silver Coin Viper Oder. He's always claiming that he's working for Queen Mystic, but no one can verify it. I can ask Ma, Hermit later. The last time I heard of him was in Demir Harbor. He seems to be mixed with Admiral of Blood's intelligence officer, Old Quinn. However, the latter has already been killed by Mr. the Hanging Man." Klein instantly recalled many things as he deliberated and asked, "What about the other person?" "Who knows?" Daniel turned his head and instructed his subordinates, getting them to prepare the identification documents and the corresponding tickets. P.S. Additional updates have been sent. Seeking monthly tickets for the last 3 days. Chapter 736. As Silver Coin Viper Oder wasn't a pirate, it was difficult to determine the veracity of the various rumors regarding him. Klein retracted his gaze from the staircase and walked to the bar counter. He found a seat and sat down. He rapped the table lightly. He found a seat and rapped the table, a cup of Zara. This was a locally produced malt beer. It was much cheaper than the Southville beer that needed to be shipped from the northern continent. 3 pence. The bartender snapped out of his silence and picked up an upside-down cup. The people in the bar began to whisper as well. Under the illumination of the gas wall lamps, they discussed the reason why Silver Coin Viper Oder had bought 10 tickets. "He's definitely being pursued. 3 ships and 10 tickets are to prevent the pursuers from figuring out which ship they will board." A gang member with tattoos on his arm, who had his sleeves rolled up, gave his opinion based on his 2 escape. An adventurer who was drinking Lanty-proof scoffed. "You don't understand Oder. If his plan were that simple, he wouldn't have the nickname Silver Coin Viper." I bet that they won't board any of the liners represented by the 10 tickets. The only thing we can confirm is that they're heading for Pritz Harbor." Another adventurer shook his head when he heard that. "Perhaps the information about heading to Pritz Harbor is fake." The gang member from before was taken aback as he refused to admit defeat. "According to your description, Oder might have already thought of what you're thinking. Therefore, he wants to head to Pritz Harbor and board one of the 3 ships." The 2 adventurers opened their mouths to retort, but on careful thought, they felt that it was quite possible. They were momentarily at a loss for words. This made the gang member very happy as he downed the rest of the liquor in one gulp. Klein held a cup of Zara and sipped on it as he listened in boredom, waiting for the fake identification and tickets he needed to return. "I still need 45 minutes. I hope there won't be any accidents. I hope the bar doesn't fall into chaos." He prayed silently as he drew a crimson moon in his heart. The pale yellow beer slowly decreased. Klein looked at the wall clock from time to time, and at the door from time to time, hoping that time would pass faster. After more than half an hour, the bar's door suddenly opened with a bang, and the night wind poured in from outside. "It can't be." The corner of Klein's mouth twitched. He resisted the urge to laugh bitterly and turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. 5 people appeared at the door. The leader had black hair and brown eyes. His face was chiseled, and he looked very Rouen. He looked to be in his early 40s. His expression was cold and dignified, causing everyone in the bar to subconsciously quieten down. The 3 men and 1 woman behind him were all wearing windbreakers and holding revolvers without any concealment. It was as if they would instantly aim and shoot at the slightest abnormality. "I don't know him. He's not on any wanted posters, and there's no bounty on him." Klein mumbled to himself as he maintained his spectator posture. The 5 intruders suddenly dispersed and went to different customers. They bowed slightly, looked at them, and asked one after another, "Where is Silver Coin Viper Oder?" The customers were hesitating if they should answer when they saw the black muzzle pointed at them. The handle, made of ivory or ebony, exuded a strange sense of beauty under the light. They went to the 2nd floor. The customers who were questioned pointed at the staircase almost at the same time. "There's really someone chasing after Oder. Are they targeting Queen Mystic, or did Silver Coin Viper do something himself? Or is it because of the mysterious man wearing a hood and eating candy beside him?" Klein drank another mouthful of beer and watched as 4 of the intruders headed for the 2nd floor. The remaining 1 stayed behind and continued questioning. Soon, the latter grasped the situation of Oder buying tickets from Daniel. He immediately walked to the thin and tanned black market merchant and asked in a deep voice, "Tell me honestly. Tell me honestly, where did Oder buy the ticket to?" Daniel didn't try to act tough with his connections as he forced a smile and said, "Tell me honestly." He didn't explicitly say that he wanted 10 cards for 3 different ships. "The time is tomorrow, and the destination is Pritz Harbor." "Really?" The questioner was a man in his 20s with a radical style. Daniel replied softly, "You can ask everyone here. You can ask everyone here." They heard it. T. The man nudged Daniel angrily before turning to walk to the other customers. Daniel couldn't find his footing as he staggered backward. Just as he was about to collapse, the back of his head struck the edge of a small round table. Then, he felt a force on his shoulder as he immediately regained his balance. He subconsciously turned his head and saw that it was the customer who had used a fake identity to buy the ticket. "Thank you, those darn military hyenas." Daniel first thanked him before saying softly through clenched teeth. The person who held him was none other than Klein. He didn't wish for anything to happen to the ticket scalper. After all, he had already paid £5 in cash. Of course, it was also his habit to use innocent people who were implicated. Military hyenas? In Biam, this description often means that the target is someone from MI9. What did Silver Coin Viper Oder do? Klein silently muttered to himself as he eliminated the possibility that someone was targeting Queen Mystic. This was because it was meaningless to the Rouen military. As his thoughts raced, the MI9 members who had headed to the second floor rushed down the stairs. As they ran for the door, they said to their companions, "They jumped out the window a long time ago." This group of people came and left in a hurry. The bar quickly regained its bustle. Only the slightly swaying door indicated that it wasn't peaceful. Klein finally received the fake identity and the ticket. He didn't have to worry about being interrupted. After paying the remaining £15 in cash, he left the seaweed bar and returned to the ordinary hotel he rented. John Yode. Isn't this name a little too convenient? I have to get a more authentic identity before returning to Bakeland. Klein flipped through a series of identity documents and threw them into his luggage. He took a bath and relaxed, preparing to leave Byam the next day and embark on the last leg of this journey. At that moment, he heard knocking on the door. "Who is it?" Klein quickly took off his bathrobe, put on his clothes and pants, and walked to the door. There were a few policemen in black uniforms outside. One of them looked like a Rouen, while the rest were either mixed bloods or pure native. "What's the matter?" Klein asked curiously. "Please show me your identification," a mixed-race man said politely, because the man opposite him seemed to be from Rouen. "Fortunately, I just made one. Otherwise, I would have to go to the police station tonight, or run away on the spot, change my appearance, and start all over again," Klein muttered as he returned to his room and took out his identification. The leading Rouen police officer casually flipped through the document. "Mr. Yord, do you live here alone?" "Yes, everyone in the hotel can attest to that," Klein answered frankly. The Rouen police officer revealed a smile. "Have you seen this person before?" As he spoke, he got the policeman beside him to open a portrait. It was of an abnormally thin elder with messy white hair. Apart from that, he didn't have any obvious characteristics. "No." Klein shook his head. "He likes to eat sweets," the Rouen police officer added. "Sweets." Klein suddenly recalled the mysterious hooded man beside Silver Coin Viper Odor. He had been eating coffee-colored sweets in short intervals. After some deliberation, Klein didn't hide the truth. "Perhaps I've seen him before. Back at the seaweed bar, I saw a person who likes to eat sweets beside Silver Coin Viper Odor." The Rouen police officer didn't hide his disappointment. He simply thanked him and ended the interrogation. After they knocked on another room, Klein closed the wooden door and returned to the reclining chair. Odor's matter not only attracted MI9, but it also made the Governor-General's office arrange for people to conduct a city-wide investigation. "It's not simple," he muttered and decided to head above the gray fog to browse the prayer points of light around the sea god scepter. He wanted to obtain more information from the prayers of the many Byam believers. He didn't want to inexplicably be embroiled in a huge maelstrom because of a wrong response. After entering the bathroom and arriving above the gray fog, Klein beckoned for the white bone scepter, which had countless points of light swirling around it, to fly out from the junk pile. As he browsed through the points of light, he could only confirm that the interrogation wasn't a small matter. The targets were Odor and the mysterious man, but he couldn't know any more. After some thought, he cast his gaze at a point of light that had been specially marked by godhood. It belonged to a mixed-blood policeman named Bria. He claimed to be sea god, and had endured humiliation to change his faith to the Lord of Storms, all so that he could climb higher in the police station. He was now a superintendent. Then, Klein cast the will of sea god into the corresponding point of light. Bria, who was making arrangements for his subordinates in the police station, suddenly broke out into a cold sweat. He hurriedly found an excuse and entered the bathroom. He prayed softly, "Blessed of the sea and spirit world, great Cavituous, your believer reports to you. The key person we're looking for tonight is a very thin elder. His hair has already turned completely white, but it's still rather lush. It's just that it's very messy. He's afraid of the cold and wears very thick clothes even in Byam. He loves to eat sweets, as though he's a steam engine and sweets are high-quality coal. The higher-ups want to find him but not harm him. Klein ignored Brya and pulled his thoughts back. He tapped the edge of the long table with his fingers. Compared to a portrait, this description gives me a sense of familiarity. I seem to have heard of it somewhere before. To a seer, a sense of familiarity meant that there were clues. Hence, Klein wrote a divination statement and began questioning his spirituality. As he silently recited the statement, he leaned back in his chair and used cogitation as a stepping stone to enter a deep sleep. In the dark world of dreams, Klein found himself back in Bakeland, back at 15 Minsk Street, where he had previously rented. In front of him was Ian, whose eyes were bright red. The big boy raised his head and said, the boy looked up and said, Tirani von Helmesuen, the greatest scientist after Roselle the Great, mathematician, mechanic, and father of the second-generation difference engine. Suddenly, Klein woke up and understood who MI9 was looking for. They were looking for a great scientist who had caused the Rouen military and the Intis spy organization to fight over a third-generation difference engine manuscript, resulting in many deaths. They were looking for a Frankenstein who had mysteriously disappeared for many years. It was no wonder Admiral of Blood's intelligence officer, Old Quinn, had an improved radio station that was more advanced than Bakeland's. Klein was instantly enlightened. P.S. Update before making changes. Chapter 737. After coming to a realization, Klein rubbed his temples and slowly calmed his emotions. He realized that this matter didn't have much to do with him. He had no motivation to get involved. Regardless of whether the Rouen military found Tirani von Helmesuen, he didn't care. This was because he lacked a sense of belonging to the Rouen kingdom. The things he had done in the past were purely for the sake of social stability and for the citizens to not suffer any unexpected harm. If possible, he was willing to push for change so that the lower-class citizens could at least live like humans. I never expected that coming to this world would make me look more like an internationalist. He gave a self-deprecating laugh and prepared to return to the real world. He was prepared to turn off the lights and sleep, allowing the waves and storms to rage outside. At this moment, he noticed the biggest item in the junk pile from the corner of his eye, the radio transceiver. Speaking of which force is controlling Tirani von Helmesuen? If it's someone from Queen Mystic Bernadette's side, it wouldn't be a problem. She's a person who abides by the maxim of do as you please, but do no harm. She wouldn't go overboard. If it's Rose School represented by Admiral of Blood, that wouldn't be good. Apart from the Temperance faction that's being suppressed internally, they believe in the Chained God or the Mother Tree of Desire. Their level of evil isn't any lower than the Aurora Order. Allowing them to grasp the most advanced technology might bring about a disaster. Klein stopped wrapping himself with his spirituality as he tapped the edge of the long, mottled table. He quickly came up with an idea. It was to bring the radio transceiver back to the real world and adjust it to the corresponding frequency to see if he could receive a telegram from Admiral of Blood and Company. Then, he would use the codebook he had to decipher it. There's a citywide search tonight, and the matter is at a rather delicate and important juncture. If they're the ones controlling Helmesuen, the necessary telegram exchange might very well happen. With the Governor-General's office, the Rouen military, and the Church of the Storm not paying attention to or even accepting this technology, this is an extremely safe method. Therefore, there's a high chance that Admiral of Blood and Company didn't change the frequency and password after Old Quinn's death. Anyway, I'll give it a try. After deliberating, Klein did not waste any time. He returned to the real world and busied himself with preparing for the bestowment ceremony. After getting the radio transceiver into the room, he did not use it immediately. Instead, he took out the ritual dagger and created a wall of spirituality to seal the room. He was dispersing the smell of the gray fog. To him, it wasn't that troublesome to determine which faction was controlling Helmasuin. He could directly use the gray fog's aura to connect to Erodes and obtain an effective answer. However, the problem was that it was too close to the last question and answer session. The frequent appearance of the scent might be noticed by the true creator, primordial Demonis, and other evil gods. It was extremely unsafe. Therefore, Klein was cautious and decided to rely on himself. After 7 or 8 minutes, when he felt that the smell had mostly dissipated, he deactivated the wall of spirituality, operated the radio transceiver, and began monitoring. After an unknown period of time, the corresponding frequency suddenly appeared. Klein suppressed the joy in his heart and seriously took note. Then, he flipped open the codebook that he had previously used divination to recreate and interpreted it accordingly. Soon, he wrote a line of words on the note. 32 Black Pepper Avenue, 7 a.m. tomorrow. Indeed, the one controlling Helmasuin is Admiral of Blood and Company. There might be a powerhouse from Rose School involved in this. Klein immediately made a judgment. This wasn't a confirmation based on the contents of the telegram, but a simple inference from the telegram's existence itself. If it had nothing to do with Admiral of Blood and Company, they wouldn't have so coincidentally received or sent a telegram that involved the streets of Byam on such a night. Does this telegram mean that we should meet at 32 Black Pepper Avenue before 7 a.m. tomorrow? Or could it be that Helmasuin and Silver Coin Viper Odor are currently hiding there and are reporting their location to Admiral of Blood and giving them the corresponding time? Klein thought for a moment and immediately returned above the gray fog. Combining the information he had obtained, he wrote down a divination statement. To Ronnie von Helmasuin's present location. Holding the piece of paper and leaning back in his chair, Klein repeatedly muttered the contents as he entered a dream through cogitation. In the hazy world, he saw an underground hall with countless gas wall lamps. Inside the hall was a massive and complicated machine. It was made up of copper pillars, control rods, connecting arms, and countless tightly packed gears. It took up 2/3 of the space. A thin elder with messy white hair wrapped in a thick coat paced in front of the machine. From time to time, he would toss a candy into his mouth and crunch it loudly. No, it shouldn't be called a difference engine. It's a cute fellow that can analyze problems and calculate answers according to a set process. Yes, its name has to be Analyzer. The elder kept muttering to himself as Klein's vision extended upwards, out of the underground hall, and into the building above. It was a 3-story villa with a garden and lawn. There was a house number hanging outside with the words, 32 Black Pepper Avenue. Indeed, it's there. Klein opened his eyes and slowly exhaled. Then, he began to ponder over how to deal with it. Such a great scientist is useless to me. Instead, he's a source of trouble. I can't just leave him above the gray fog, so there's no need to take action personally. Take him away. Hand the information to the Rouen military or the Church of the Storm. This can effectively prevent Rose School from gaining any benefit. However, there's a faction in the military that's likely connected to the mastermind behind the Great Smog of Bakeland. It's not a good thing for Helmasuin to fall into their hands. The Church of the Storm is also famous for being impulsive. A sudden attack might send the great scientist to meet the deity he believes in. After careful consideration, Klein gradually came up with a bold idea. That was to put the matter out in the open and make Ronnie von Helmasuin's existence and affiliation no longer a secret to the Rouen military or the various churches. This would effectively ensure that the great scientist's abilities were used by the Rouen kingdom itself, and not any faction. Checks and balances are key, Klein muttered with a smile. He beckoned with his hand and summoned the sea god's scepter. To him in the past, to make the matter public and in the open, he could only carefully distribute flyers throughout the city. But now, he had a simpler and more effective method. After choosing a praying believer, Klein zoomed out and took in the scene within a 5-kilometer radius. Then, with the help of the sea god's scepter, he grasped the surrounding wind. After calming down a little, Klein sank his psyche into the scene. He changed his voice and hoarsely said, "Helmasuin is at 32, Black Pepper Avenue." Whoosh! In Byam, the howling of the wind intensified as it blew in every direction. It was accompanied by a hoarse but sonorous voice. "Helmasuin is at 32, Black Pepper Avenue. Helmasuin is at 32, Black Pepper Avenue." This voice quickly spread throughout Byam, as though it was a city-wide broadcast. Silver Coin Viper Oder was wearing a cloak and pretending to be Helmasuin. He was hiding in the slums that were crowded with houses and people. From time to time, he would appear to guide MI9 and the police officers under the Governor-General's office. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew past, pouring a voice into his ears. "Helmasuin is at 32, Black Pepper Avenue." What? As the voice reverberated, Oder was stunned and shocked. In a moment of carelessness, he fell from the roof and was nearly seriously injured. Behind the Cathedral of Waves, in a building near the Governor-General's office, John Cotman and Robert Davis heard the voice in the wind. Their first reaction was to look up into the sky before casting their gazes towards the city where Black Pepper Avenue was. After the broadcast, Klein threw the sea god's scepter into the junk pile in a good mood and returned to the real world. He wasn't in a hurry to move the radio transceiver above the gray fog. Instead, he left it there and continued monitoring the radio wave. This way, even if Rose School has a powerhouse lurking in Byam, they won't dare appear. Heh, and no matter who succeeds, they will ultimately be stopped by public opinion and handed over to the country. Unfortunately, I don't like to write in a diary like the Emperor. Otherwise, I could write, "I did another good deed today." Klein sighed silently, took off his coat, and went to bed. He didn't care what happened next. After all, it had nothing to do with him. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, he suddenly woke up and sat up. Then, he heard knocking sounds at the door. Who could it be? Knocking on the door in the middle of the night? "I'm John Yoder now." Klein wore creeping hunger, took out death knell from under his pillow, and came to the door. The visitor's appearance quickly surfaced in his mind. It was a thin man with gray and messy hair. He was wearing a cotton jacket and a tweed coat. He was throwing a coffee-colored candy into his mouth. "Tirani von Helmasuin. F***K. Why would he come to me? I'm just an ordinary John Yoder. Also, how did he escape the pursuit of a demigod?" Klein's first reaction was to tell the other party that he had knocked on the wrong door, but he held back and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Helmasuin smiled weakly. "I noticed you in the seaweed bar, but I didn't have the chance to look for you. My life has come to an end, so I've been thinking of many things recently. Please allow me to introduce myself. You can address me as Orange Light Hilarion." "Orange Light Hilarion?" Klein was first taken aback before he asked in puzzlement, "What's the matter?" Helmasuin chuckled. "I'm here to warn you to be careful of the mother tree of desire." He paused and said, "I'm here to remind you to be careful of the mother tree of desire." He paused and said, "All right. It's time for me to leave. I'm about to die and return to the spirit world. Do you have any enemies here?" "Why do you ask?" Klein asked in confusion. Helmasuin coughed and said, "I can go to his door and die quietly. I can go to his door and die in peace. That way, you will have succeeded in your revenge." P.S. Update first. Chapter 738. Upon hearing Helmasuin's answer, the corners of Klein's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he nearly froze on the spot. "My enemies aren't in Byam. Even if you were to die in front of Sea King's door, it wouldn't be of much use." He slowly took a deep breath and didn't continue the topic from before. Instead, he asked, "Helmasuin, no, Mr. Hilarion, why did you notice me? Furthermore, you specially came to warn me before I died." This was also the question he had about Rhodes and Miss Messenger Rionette Tinker, but he never had a good chance to ask. Helmasuin fell silent for 2 seconds before saying with a smile, "Some of your traits aren't a secret in the eyes of a few special, high-level spirit world creatures. As long as they come into close contact with you, they will be able to discover it. After all, the gray fog that represents the great ruler above the spirit world is right above our heads. A few deities with unique authority or beyonders who represent fate can also discover this to varying degrees. Of course, the premise is that they have come into close contact with it. Gray fog. Although Orange Light's description is almost identical to Rhodes's compliment, he has pointed out the gray fog. This is the first time I've encountered someone directly pointing this out in front of me. Therefore, that mysterious space is a divine kingdom left behind by the great ruler above the spirit world? What pathways sequence 0 is this? The deities who can discover that I'm augmented by the gray fog include the Mother Tree of Desire. That's why she is targeting me? Klein's thoughts were like boiling water as he churned with questions. Just as he was about to say something, Helmasuin continued. In Yellow Light's prophecy, the great ruler above the spirit world is one of the variables of the apocalypse. However, I can't be certain that you are equivalent to him. There are too many possibilities for you to possess that trait. For example, you are his blessed, his child, or his chosen oracle. However, this doesn't stop me from expressing my friendliness. Ahem, you know of the Bakelin Stock Exchange, right? You're like a railway company that has just been listed. It seems to have good prospects, so a number of people will naturally think highly of you and buy a certain number of shares. Many people will be extremely greedy and wish to use other means to occupy the company or obtain controlling shares. The former is me, while the latter is the Mother Tree of Desire and even more powerful spirit world creatures. Is that so? If it wasn't for the fact that there was a transmigrator, Roselle the Great, before me who was related to the Grey Fog, and if it wasn't for the fact that I had divined my origins in that mysterious space and obtained a clear image of Earth, allowing me to recall more memories, I would have suspected that I was the reincarnation of the great ruler above the spirit realm. Looking at the overall experience, Roselle the Great and I are closer to the chosen oracle. The great ruler above the spirit realm is equivalent to the celestial worthy of immeasurable blessings? Klein inevitably had all kinds of speculations, and his mind was in a mess like a ball of yarn that had been played by a cat. He calmed himself down and said, "Is there any way to hide that trait? Become a demigod." Just as Helmasuin finished answering, he suddenly coughed twice and said, "Do you mind if I die at your doorstep?" "I do mind." Klein didn't want to be noticed by demigods like C. King John Cotman and Admiral Robert Davis. Helmasuin took a bite of his candy. "Then I have to leave immediately, or else it will be too late. When you become a demigod and have the ability to explore the depths of the spiritual realm, we will have the opportunity to meet again." Klein was silent for a second. "Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Hilarion." Helmasuin didn't reply. His footsteps were heavy as he walked toward the staircase. As he listened to the sound of stairs descending, Klein retracted his attention. He suddenly had a guess about how Roselle the Great was able to discover the existence of the Grey Fog, but was unable to enter. He recovered the silver plate that led to his transmigration a long time after he became a Beyonder. As for me, I was an ordinary person when I attempted the luck enhancement ritual again. Also, Roselle the Great chose the savant pathway, while I'm a seer. The powers of the mysterious space above the Grey Fog are clearly extremely helpful for divination. Therefore, the prerequisite for entering the world above the Grey Fog is to be an ordinary person or a Beyonder of the seer pathway, as well as to grasp the corresponding incantations, rituals, and symbols. The Emperor experimented too late and chose the wrong pathway, so he naturally couldn't enter. According to the fact that seer, apprentice, and marauder are of similar pathways, the latter two seem to be possible as well. Could this be the deeper reason why the Emperor lamented in his diary that he should have chosen one of the three back then? Apart from not having a sequence 0 in these three pathways and not having any influence from the top, they also contain the key to entering the gray fog? As his thoughts churned, Klein temporarily suppressed the matter that couldn't be verified. He considered Orange Light Hilarian's warning. Be careful of the mother tree of desire. Due to the matter with Admiral Amirius, Klein was rather wary of the mother tree of desire. He had no choice but to change his identity and hide for 2 months by acting. Later on, he wasn't too willing to provoke Admiral of Blood and the other members of Rose School, afraid that he would fall into a trap. Towards hidden and extremely dangerous matters, an ordinary human's first thought was to resolve it. It was the same for Klein, but the problem was that he didn't have a solution. The mother tree of desire was suspected to be a sequence 0 true god, and it resided in the astral world. Even if Klein jumped up, he wouldn't be able to hit or defeat her. And the faction she controlled, Rose School, was an organization with a long history. It was very likely to have an angel presiding over it and a grade 0 sealed artifact. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for them to survive to this day under the hostility of all the churches and secret organizations. Therefore, even if Klein sought the help of a friendly figure like Mr. Aztec, there was no way to uproot Rose School. He might even encounter danger. Due to these reasons, all Klein could do was hide as much as he could, hoping that he could successfully advance to Sequence 4 and become a demigod. I've always been careful of the mother tree of desire. Doesn't Mr. Orange Light Hilarian know that I once encountered this evil god's trap on Oravi Island? Or could it be that he specially came over to warn me that she will be taking action soon? He was previously controlled by Admiral of Blood, and Admiral of Blood is from Rose School. It's very likely that he knows something. Klein instantly came to a realization. He didn't blindly believe that a faceless transformation would be able to fool the mother tree of desire's gaze. According to Orange Light Hilarian, she is able to discover a certain trait of mine in close contact. This is something that faceless beyonder powers can't conceal. She hasn't taken action for so long. Could it be that she is attempting to bestow this feeling to her believers through some ritual or artifact, and she is about to succeed? Klein slowly frowned. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. This made him want to return to Bakeland. In that huge city, even angels had to behave themselves just like a particular snake of fate. The believers of the mother tree of desire and the powerhouses of Rose School couldn't act wantonly anymore. All they could do was patiently wait for an opportunity. Phew! Klein exhaled and headed above the gray fog to divine if his life would be in danger. This time, the answer he received was a negative. There was no danger to his life. However, Klein didn't relax because of this. He remembered that the mother tree of desire's interference towards divination could penetrate the gray fog to a certain extent, and a long time ago, his spirituality had prevented him from divining the werewolf beyonder characteristic above the gray fog. This was because it might very well involve the chain god, and the chain god was suspected to be the embodiment of the mother tree of desire. Either I'm really fine and I'm overthinking things, or the danger is already very close, which is why the mother tree of desire interfered. It's better to be careful and make preparations. Even if it turns out to be a false alarm, it's better than being captured by Rose School and being taken away by the mother tree of desire for who knows what. Klein immediately returned to the real world, took out a pen and paper, and quickly wrote a letter. The first line was, "Honorable Mr. Aztec. Considering that the underworld was in the spirit world, in a sense, demigods of the death pathway were considered high-level spirit world creatures. After Mr. Aztec recovered his memories, it was very likely that he would be able to tell that he possessed such a characteristic. Klein didn't hide much as he directly wrote down the entire process of his meeting and conversation with Orange Light Hilarion, who had transformed into the great scientist Helmasuin. However, he didn't mention the gray fog or the mighty existence above the spirit world. In the end, he mentioned one more thing. Does Mr. Hilarion's warning mean that I'll soon encounter fatal danger from Rose School? After folding the piece of paper and blowing the copper whistle to summon the messenger, Klein felt that it wasn't safe enough. He hurriedly took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew it. Without a sound, Rionette Tinker appeared in front of him. Her 4 blonde, red-eyed heads turned around and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you." "No. Letter. I have something to discuss with you." Klein forced a smile and handed over the gold coin he had obtained from Anderson. "This is the summoning fee." One of the heads that Rionette Tinker was holding bit down on the gold coin. The two who hadn't spoken before asked, "What's going on?" "What matter? I might be in danger in the near future. I wish to summon you for help. Is that possible?" Klein tried his best to make his gaze appear sincere. The 8 eyes on Rionette Tinker's 4 heads darted around at the same time. "Yes. Pay 10,000 gold coins." 10,000 was equivalent to 10,000 pounds. Klein opened his mouth and smiled with great difficulty. "I don't have that much money right now." Rionette Tinker's 4 heads spoke one after another. "You can pay in installments, in installments." Klein never expected Miss Messenger to be so fashionable. He was taken aback for 2 seconds before saying, "All right." Rionette Tinker didn't say another word as her 4 heads nodded at the same time. She vanished from Klein's sight and returned to the spirit world. P.S. I'll update first before making any changes. I'll be requesting monthly votes for the last 2 days. Also, recommend a book written by a fellow reader, Dark Emperor of One Piece. Chapter 739. Seeing Miss Messenger vanish, Klein thought about which demigods he could contact in a short period of time, but he realized that there weren't any. All he could do was turn his attention back to the problem of what he should do next. The citywide broadcast will definitely make Sea King John Cotman search for Helmasuin while doing his best to search for traces of the sea god and his believers. It's easy to be noticed if I head out in the middle of the night. Therefore, I can only continue staying here and wait for daybreak. I can't take the ship tomorrow. If I were to encounter an attack midway, I might implicate everyone on the ship. Furthermore, it's not discreet enough. I'll summon an undersea creature and leave on a whale ship. I'll use the deserted islands and reefs along the way to rest and change ships before arriving at the next port. Since Orange Light said that I have to make close contact to sense that characteristic, even if I amplify the perception that the Mother Goddess of Desire has through rituals or believers, it wouldn't exceed a city. It might even be a street. This can also explain why I only encountered a trap when I arrived in Oravi. As long as I leave Byam, I should be able to escape being watched. Just as Klein's thoughts gradually turned clear, the radio transceiver suddenly picked up another signal. He hurriedly approached it and quickly recorded it. Then, he used a codebook to translate it into the corresponding letters to form word. Before long, the telegram's content appeared on the paper. The ink was dark. "I see you. I see you." As Klein read the sentence, he felt a chill rise in his heart. Byam, in an ordinary residential building not far from the Governor General's office. In a spacious basement, candles burned silently as they scattered a faint yellow light in the surroundings. Silver venomous snake odor had already taken off his hooded robe as he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with a trembling voice. He said with an unsteady voice, "Lord Signor, I have no idea how Helmasuin's true hiding spot was discovered." Senor was wearing an old triangular hat. His eyes were sunken and his face was frighteningly pale, looking more like an evil spirit than a human. He raised his hand to wipe the 2 tufts of black beard above his lips, his light brown eyes coldly glancing at Odor's face. This famous adventurer could not help but lower his head. After staring at him in silence for a few seconds, Admiral of Blood, who was wearing a pair of white trousers and a red coat, said in a deep and hoarse voice, "That's right." Less than 3 minutes after the telegram was sent, the news spread throughout the city, and the content was part of the telegram. "I suspect that there's another force that has begun to pay attention to the radio and has obtained our codebook from Old Quinn." Yes, that must be it. Silver Coin Viper Oder hurriedly echoed, hoping that Admiral of Blood wouldn't believe that he had lost the great scientist, Helmasuin, because of his incompetence. He knew very well how cruel this pirate admiral was to his subordinates who had done wrong. Senor swept a glance at Oder and sneered. "But no matter what, you failed. If it wasn't for you and your mistress giving me plenty of joy, I would have made you pull out your intestines. Send a telegram and tell that eavesdropper, who might or might not exist, that I've seen him. Let him spend the night in fear and unease. That's the only thing you can do at present." When Oder heard that, he immediately heaved a silent sigh of relief. He looked fearfully at Admiral of Blood and the bloody altar on the table behind him. He respectfully replied, "Yes, Lord Senor." He had just imagined that he would be a part of the sacrifice. After Oder left the basement, Senor turned his head to look at the altar that was covered in human heads, organs, limbs, and blood. He spoke with a more respectful attitude than Oder had spoken to him. With a more respectful attitude than Oder, he said, "Lord Shanks, is the ritual a success?" "It's a success. All that's left and right is to await God's response." A cold and emotionless voice sounded from the hanging curtains around the altar. Then, as though the curtains had a life of their own, the two sides curled up and smoothly tied themselves into a knot before landing in the middle of the altar. A slightly transparent figure had appeared beside the altar at some point in time. His skin was slightly brown, and the wrinkles on his face formed deep ravines. His white hair was sparse like autumn leaves, as though he had lived for many, many years. He humbly looked at the candlelight as his brown eyes remained motionless. Admiral of Blood Senor didn't dare say another word as he stood beside Lord Shanks and waited for the changes to happen to the altar. Suddenly, the candlelight was dyed with all sorts of colors. Each color seemed to correspond to the different desires of the person watching it. The human heads, organs, limbs, and blood on the altar moved without any wind. Layer after layer piled up as though they were melting candles. Before long, they formed a tree of flesh and blood that wasn't very tall. Its surface was uneven, like the shell of a walnut. Ba-dump, ba-dump, ba-dump. Inside the tree of flesh and blood, there seemed to be a beating heart that was powerful and forceful. When Senor couldn't stand the noise any longer, the tree of flesh and blood withered and rotted into a pile of mud before spreading out. Where it originally was, there was a flesh-colored, moist, and sticky ball. Soon, the little ball grew 4 limbs and a head, turning into a palm-sized humanoid creature. Its face didn't have eyes, a nose, or ears. All it had was a hole-like mouth. Grayish-white fog spewed out from the mouth before shrinking back. This happened several times without stopping. The elder named Shanks piously and passionately chanted the Mother Tree of Desire several times before reaching out to grab the strange tiny person. Silently, the candlelight was extinguished. However, to a wraith with night vision, this didn't affect their ability to see. Admiral of Blood Senor stared at Shanks and heard the Lord say in a deep voice, "For this ritual, we have prepared for too long. For this ritual, we have prepared for too long, and God's gift can help us sense the existence of the present in a larger range. Then, we can use the glasses made by members of the Life School of Thought to accurately find him." As he spoke, Shanks took out a monocle from his inner pocket. It looked no different from a normal monocle, but it shimmered with a lustrous white luster in the darkness. "Lord Shanks, what do we do next?" Senor asked respectfully. The deeply wrinkled Shanks thought for a few seconds. "After daybreak, we'll seek out the target. If he has a powerful helper, we'll monitor him and prevent him from leaving our sensing range. Then, we'll patiently wait for Lord Sua to arrive. If he doesn't have a protector and is very weak, we'll directly take action." Upon hearing the name, Sua, Señor's forehead clearly twitched. It was as though that lord's name alone was enough to instill fear in him. He slowly drew a breath and said, "Yes, Lord Shanks." After answering, Señor instinctively touched the necklace hanging in front of his chest. The necklace seemed to be made of pure silver, and the pendant looked like an ancient-looking coin. The necklace seemed to be made of pure silver, and the pendant looked like an ancient coin. Klein, who had been frightened by the telegram, didn't sleep much in the latter half of the night. At daybreak, he sacrificed his luggage, wallet, and most of his cash above the grey fog. After cleaning up the traces, he paid the bill at the hotel's front desk. He took a carriage straight to the borders of Byam and headed up the mountain, seemingly heading for the cemetery prepared for the natives. Midway, he suddenly turned into the woods, planning to walk straight to the edge of the cliff. There was already a massive undersea creature waiting there. Birds chirped and insects crawled in the woods. From time to time, small beasts scuttled past. Klein walked on the humus ground at an extremely fast pace. Along the way, he saw mushrooms growing after the rain, as well as trash left behind by Byam citizens from picnics. Everything was so peaceful, accompanied by the fresh morning air. A leaf floated down, but Klein didn't stop as he easily dodged it. At that moment, the leaf suddenly sped up and even made a strange turn, sticking to his mouth and nose. It was like an adult's palm, firmly covering Klein's nose and mouth, preventing him from breathing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Branches fell from the surrounding trees and shot at Klein like arrows. As for the debris and paper left behind from the picnics, they seemed to have a life of their own. They connected together, turning into an impenetrable net that pounced over. P.S. It's a little awkward. There aren't many words, so I'll update first. Chapter 740. Suddenly, Klein had that familiar feeling again. It was as if every tree, every leaf, every rock, and every blade of grass around him wanted to kill him. Seeing that the strange net of debris, paper, and other trash was about to pounce on him, his body suddenly collapsed and thinned, turning into a paper figurine. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrow-like branches pierced through the paper figurine and landed in the distance. The strange net then completely enveloped everything there, wrapping them into a ball that squirmed gently. Klein's body appeared 7 or 8 meters to the side. He knew that the attack he was worried about had finally arrived. He didn't make any observations, nor did he hesitate. He raised his right palm and was about to reach into his pocket to take out the adventurer's harmonica. The situation he had just encountered made him understand that the attacker was most likely a demigod from Rose School, an enemy that he couldn't fight against at the moment. The person who had chased after Sharon back then had given him a similar feeling. At this moment, the paper figurines in his pocket suddenly flew out and stuck to his face, one after another, layer after layer. At the same time, Klein's sleeves automatically tightened, restraining his arms and forearms, preventing his palm from reaching down. His Taraba shirt and brown jacket all shrunk inwards, like a giant bear hugging him. In just a few seconds, he was bound to the spot by his own clothes, pants, and shoes. His face was covered with paper figurines, and his ribs were about to break. Breathing became extremely difficult. Klein was mentally prepared and had rich combat experience. He didn't panic at this moment. He pressed his right thumb and middle finger together, which weren't affected, and snapped them. Scarlet flames soared from the bend of his leg, burning the trousers that were wrapped tightly around his knee before spreading upwards and downward. Seizing this opportunity, Klein straightened his knees and bounced up with great difficulty. Like a cannonball that had just been fired, he pounced to his right. In midair, he snapped his fingers again. This time, he ignited the sleeve at the joint of his right arm. Where he had been standing, the green weeds suddenly withered, and the black ground instantly turned white, as if it had been weathered for a long time. This attack came without any warning. If it wasn't for the fact that Klein knew that the enemy was powerful and that he might encounter an attack that he couldn't withstand by staying in the same spot, he would have been severely injured and lost his ability to fight. He might even have lost his life. With a smacking sound, 2 spots on Klein's sleeves ignited. His right hand finally had space to move. He reached into his pocket and grabbed the adventurer's harmonica. Thump! He fell to the ground and did a roll. He immediately pushed himself up with his right hand and snapped his fingers with his left hand, which was wearing a human skin glove. This time, his target was the paper people that stuck to his face and made him unable to breathe. Puff! The paper doll burst into flames, and the crimson tongues of flame almost burned Klein's hair. At this moment, a scene suddenly flashed across his mind. A thin arrow made of ice crystals, dyed dark green, shot toward his head at an extremely fast speed. As it was very fast and transparent, this thin arrow couldn't be discovered normally. However, even if Klein had a premonition of danger, it was already a little too late. This was because his movements were restricted by his clothes, preventing him from completely dodging. As this thought flashed through his mind, he barely bent his waist as his upper body fell backward and shifted quite a bit to the right. The cold and tiny ice arrow hit his left chest, instantly shattering the brown jacket and white round-neck shirt in that area and sending them flying into the air. However, this fatal ice arrow didn't continue forward because it was blocked by a book with a dark brown cover. This book looked ordinary. It was bound with the most common yellowish-brown goatskin, but it wasn't torn like the 2 layers of clothes on the outside. It didn't even have a hole. Rozelle's Travels. This was an item that couldn't be damaged by the sea god's scepter's lightning storm and a tiny bit of the mysterious space's powers. Having been frightened by the "I saw you" telegram last night, Klein had no doubt added new protective measures. He had prepared all the means he could think of. Apart from hiding the book in a fatal spot, he also had an iron cigar case in his other pocket. Inside it was the contaminated tinder glove. Once the situation wasn't right, he would remove the wall of spirituality and throw the item out to see if he could attract the attention of the true creator, making him send powerful subordinates over to make the situation even more chaotic. He knew that the true creator and the other evil gods also hated the mother tree of desire. After blocking the ice arrow, Klein fell to the ground and rolled to the side. He brought the adventurer's harmonica to his mouth and blew into it. At this moment, his face was a little black from the smoke from the burning paper figurines, but due to Flame Controlling's assistance, he wasn't injured. Then, he felt the clothes that bound his left arm, waist, thigh, neck, and feet return to normal, allowing him to regain his freedom. As he blew into the harmonica, he quickly activated his spirit vision and saw Miss Messenger walk out of the void. The 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in her hand turned on their own as they looked in the same direction. One of the heads snorted, opened its mouth, and sucked in a breath. A cold wind howled as a figure was forcefully pulled out of the green tree by an invisible force 100 meters away from Klein. This figure was unable to maintain a state that was difficult for others to see as it rapidly turned translucent and corporeal. He was a brown-black elder with sparse white hair and deep wrinkles. His facial features were very characteristic of the southern continent. Just as his brown eyes reflected Rionette Tinker's appearance, his brown-black eyes couldn't help but twitch. Then, without any hesitation, he opened his mouth as though he was about to give her an ultimate curse that had been brewing in his long silence. At this moment, the other head in Rionette Tinker's hand also opened its mouth as though it was making a silent scream. Hence, nothing happened in the forest. Upon seeing this, Jack hurriedly turned his head and looked at Klein. Before Klein could react, the white-haired, exaggerated wrinkled figure appeared in his left and right eyes. His mind instantly turned cold. His thoughts weren't slow, but he had lost control of his body. All he could do was watch helplessly as the white-haired elder vanished as he turned to face Miss Messenger. The two heads in Rionette Tinker's hand suddenly flew out and arrived in front of Klein. One of them opened its mouth and sucked in a breath, while the other's red eyes turned dark as its teeth grew longer and sharper. It was in a state between illusory and corporeal. Klein saw the translucent elder with sparse white hair being forcefully pulled out of his body. Then, Miss Messenger's head, which had grown long teeth, bit down on his shoulder, tearing off a large chunk of something that resembled both a spirit body and flesh. Jack frowned, but he didn't let out a tragic cry. His figure suddenly vanished as he jumped to a piece of glass 100 meters away. Following that, as though he was being chased by an invisible hand or an invisible enemy, he flashed through shallow puddles, animal eyes, and dew droplets on grass. Finally, he obtained a chance to catch his breath. And at this moment, Klein's body was still a little stiff as he felt cold from the inside out. Phew! Jack entered the spirit world and walked out again. In his hand was a wet, sticky, palm-sized person. The person's face only had one hole, and it was spitting out the grayish-white fog that Klein found familiar. Without any hesitation, Jack stuffed the person into his mouth. Upon seeing this, the other two heads in Rionette Tinker's hand left her palm and flew towards Jack at the same time. They were so fast that they arrived in an instant. However, Jack had already begun changing. The surface of his body turned black as his skin wrinkled and secreted clear water stains. His hair and eyebrows withered and floated down as his limbs became thin and long. In just a second, Jack seemed to be assimilated by the person, turning into a large, black, and wet baby with long, thin limbs and swollen, wrinkled skin. His eyes, nose, mouth, and ears left their original positions and moved to the center of his face, as though they were gathering together to form a brand new organ. His skin, arms, and the appearance of his new organ were indescribably mysterious and evil. Just a glance at it made Klein's body, which had just recovered from the cold, itch to the extreme. His skin protruded with red spots formed from fine particles. His eyes were undoubtedly in pain as he instinctively closed them tightly and squeezed out tears. By the time he calmed down with cogitation and opened his eyes again, he discovered that Miss Messenger and the Rose School demigod had vanished. However, Klein's spiritual intuition told him that the two of them were still nearby. They were engaged in an intense battle that sometimes happened in the spirit world and sometimes outside. Be it the falling leaves, the rustling of the weeds, the crawling of the worms, or the running of the beasts, they all represented repeated confrontations. With this thought in mind, Klein took out Death Knell and quickly pinched the first joint of his index finger twice with his left thumb. Countless illusory threads appeared in front of his eyes, allowing him to see things that were different from his normal vision and spirit vision. Two blobs of dense black threads that were swimming around him rapidly represented Rionette Tinker and the Rose School demigod. Apart from this, Klein also discovered that a dense cluster of illusory black threads was rapidly approaching his location. From time to time, it would stop to avoid the two demigods who were engaged in an intense battle. There's another enemy? The enemy that was hiding in the distance and waiting for the outcome has now decided to participate in the battle? In short, in such a situation, the one approaching stealthily was definitely an enemy. Klein's eyes flickered as he pulled Death Knell's hammer, causing it to naturally droop and enter a state of lethal attack. Then, he pretended not to notice the cluster of illusory black threads as he reached into his pocket with his left hand and grabbed a gold coin. In a divination manner, he made it jump and roll between his fingers. He was interfering with the spiritual intuition of the approaching person. After losing the paper figurine, he could only use this method. After patiently waiting for 2 seconds for the other party to enter his shooting range, Klein's eyes turned solemn as he suddenly raised his right hand, aimed in that direction, and pulled the trigger. Chapter 741. Bang! The iron-black revolver with a slightly long barrel retreated as a pale golden luster shot out, heading straight for the target's next destination. However, the blob of illusory black threads suddenly stopped, as though it was observing something. From its state, it didn't seem to sense the impending danger. It was purely attracted by something else. A grayish-white rabbit leaped out from the lush grass and fled into the distance. A tree in front of the blob of illusory black threads suddenly fell backward amidst the gunshot. At the height of a person, a gigantic and irregular hole appeared on the tree trunk, as well as pure and blazing pale golden flames. The entire tree had been snapped in half. The might of Death Knell's strike was like a small-caliber cannon, but its penetrative power was even stronger. The dense blob of illusory black threads was clearly given a fright as it instinctively vanished from its spot, appearing on the surface of a shallow puddle. His figure was inevitably outlined. He was a man with a pale face, sunken eyes, and light brown eyes. He was about 40 years old, and he had a black mustache above his lip. He wore an old triangular hat. This man's appearance was no stranger to Klein. His bounty notice kept appearing in front of him, stacking up to form a clear impression. Admiral of Blood Seigneur. Just in Rouen alone, his bounty is worth £42,000. He has long infiltrated Bayam. He's here to take Turani von Helmasuin away? After that great scientist was discovered and died, he joined Rose School's mission to target me? I seem to have an additional weakness, but before it's triggered, there's no way to know what it is. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein saw Seigneur's figure vanish once again. However, the traces of this Admiral of Blood's existence remained obvious. The blob of illusory black threads that corresponded to him was like a firefly in the night to Klein. It wasn't difficult to identify him. The blob of illusory black threads rapidly circled around him, using the morning dew, glass shards, and water puddles that had mysteriously frozen to complete one leap after another. Soon, the distance between them was very close. Klein didn't wait on the spot. Instead, he dodged and dodged slightly to avoid being hit by the Rose School's demigod who was in the middle of a fierce battle. Seigneur's performance made him understand one thing. For a wraith to possess a target and directly control his body, it must first be within a certain range. Although the demigod from Rose School could do it from a longer distance, perhaps out of contempt or fear of accidents, he didn't do it. It was certain that Seigneur was a Sequence 5 wraith. Klein kept changing his position, waiting for the distance to become more suitable. Just as Admiral of Blood slowed down a little and was about to possess his target remotely, the glove on Klein's left hand suddenly turned deep black, as though it was constructed from layers of pure particles. He then spat out a word in the demonic language full of filth. "Slow down." Seigneur had a premonition as he suddenly changed his position before Klein could open his mouth. However, everything within 7 to 8 meters came to a standstill. His dodging failed to produce any result. This was an area of effect. Seigneur's figure suddenly slowed down as he once again outlined himself in the real world. Klein raised the iron-black revolver in his right hand and pulled the hammer, placing his opponent within his aiming range. With Death Knell, he saw that his opponent's body was filled with all sorts of colors. The ghastly white color that represented his weakness wasn't on his head, but a point above his Adam's apple. Without any hesitation, Klein pulled the trigger. Lethal attack. At this moment, a blob of illusory black threads wandered to Seigneur's side and casually pulled at him. Admiral of Blood immediately leaned to the side as the pale golden bullet brushed past his neck and hit a distant rock, shattering it to pieces. Following that, a layer of golden flames ignited on Seigneur's neck, causing him to raise his head and open his mouth. A sharp shriek immediately blasted into Klein's ears, causing his head to buzz as his body came to a momentary halt. At some point in time, invisible souls were flying around Seigneur. Then, with a cold wind, they pounced at the enemy from the sky, the ground, and every direction. In each of Klein's eyes, a pale-looking man wearing a triangular hat and a red coat quickly materialized. They were almost complete. But Klein snapped his fingers as his body was instantly enveloped by scarlet flames. Before the wraith could truly possess him, he had vanished from his spot, and less than 10 meters below the tree, the weeds were burning as the flames grew larger and soared into the sky. Klein nimbly leaped out and raised death knell once again. He aimed at the spot where he had been standing in a daze and injected more than twice the normal amount of spirituality into it. Slaughter! Bang! He pulled the trigger, and the pale golden bullet split into countless fragments. With holy flames, it swept across the area that the muzzle was aimed at. The formless spirits and ghosts seemed to have been swept by a solar storm. Without any ability to resist, they screamed as they were set ablaze. Having failed to possess him, Senor immediately knew that he would suffer a counterattack. He immediately flashed into a nearby glass fragment in an attempt to dodge. However, the storm of bullets brought by Massacre had enveloped a rather large area, including the glass fragment. Amidst a loud boom, a few golden flames struck the side of the glass. They failed to hit it directly, only inflicting burning damage. Senor leaped into the mirror once again and appeared on the surface of a drop of dew in the distance. His body was covered in rotting wounds caused by the power of purification, but they weren't serious. Isn't this way too lucky? Indeed, Senor has a mystical item that can make him lucky. There are only 3 purifying bullets left. Klein frowned slightly as he ran agilely, as though he wanted to chase after him. As he knew that he was facing a member of Rose School, he had switched all the Beyonder bullets in his revolver to purifying bullets that targeted wraith zombies. There were a total of 6, and he had already fired 3 shots. During the first shot, Senor was saved by a rabbit that had jumped in by chance. During the second shot, he was pulled by a Rose School demigod who happened to run to his side. During the third shot, he happened to be in the gap between the fragments during Massacre and didn't suffer any serious damage. His level of luck was unacceptable to Klein. However, Klein wasn't dispirited. Instead, he changed his appearance and figure back to that of a German sparrow. This was to prepare to throw out a large number of sea god domain charms the moment the situation turned awry, creating a certain fluctuation that would allow Sea King John Cotman in Byam to acutely sense. If this sequence 3 demigod were to arrive and face a Rose School demigod, a hostile pirate admiral, and an adventurer with a mysterious background who had ties to the military, there was no doubt as to who he would deal with first. As for Miss Messenger, Klein believed that she would be able to retreat into the spirit world in time and freely choose to participate in the battle royale or leave. After receiving the telegram last night, the reason why Klein didn't find an opportunity to escape in the middle of the night was because Sea King could give him a sense of security. If he were to head out alone, he would definitely be noticed and captured into the Church of the Storm to be interrogated about his background. It was hard to predict what would happen after that. If he were to stay in his room and wait for the person who saw him to attack, he would have a chance to struggle to the streets and be discovered by Sea King. Against an evil person who was at least a demigod and a Sequence 5 adventurer who was rumored to be related to the military, John Cotman would undoubtedly first deal with the people from Rose School. And as a cardinal of the Church of the Storm and a high-ranking deacon of the mandated Punishers, he could use all kinds of sealed artifacts in the diocese. Even if he encountered an angel, he would be able to hold out for a period of time. At the same time, he would receive military support. In the chaos, Klein would have a chance to escape to the seaside and leave on a whale ship. To his regret, the night was peaceful after the telegram, and during the day, it was difficult for Sea King to monitor the entire city. But Klein snapped his fingers again, causing the surrounding trees and weeds to ignite. It was as though fireworks were blooming with him as the center, giving off an inexplicable feeling of magnificence. The reason why he had chosen to pass through the forest to the cliff was because it was especially suitable for a magician's performance. His figure flashed and leaped through the flames as he circled around Admiral of Blood Senor, avoiding his approach and control. And with his previous experience and lesson, Senor knew that his target had an area of effect attack and the ability to deal damage. He didn't dare stay too long around him. If he missed, he would immediately try his best to open up a distance between them. He would either let out a wraith's scream to affect his target or use his pale green fingers to aim at him like a gun. Unfortunately, the latter could only extinguish the flames and wither the vegetation. It was unable to truly lock onto Klein. Seeing that the fireworks-like flames were the greatest obstacle to his attack, Senor stopped in his tracks and once again let out a piercing scream that could injure a spirit body. Amidst the scream, an icy blue halo rapidly expanded beneath his feet, covering the soil, messy weeds, and scattered rocks on the ground in a layer of white ice. The cluster of flames made a sizzling sound, and after a small amount of mist rose, it was completely extinguished in the frost. Affected by the wraith's scream, Klein's flaming jump slowed down by half a beat and failed miserably. His figure had no choice but to appear midway as he staggered. Then, he saw an illusory skull swirling with black gas rush at him. It carried a heavy sense of death, as though it was an envoy sent by the underworld. At that instant, Klein didn't seem to be able to dodge, but a pale blue fireball that emanated the smell of sulfur suddenly condensed in front of him. His glove remained pitch black in a devil state. With a poof, the fireball was extinguished. The illusory skull swirling with black gas also turned blurry and shattered, scattering to the ground, creating lifeless spots. Right on the heels of that, Klein stabilized his body and took out an iron cigarette case from his pocket. He threw it at Senor, and at some point in time, his glove had turned noble and sinister. Baron of Corruption, bribe. P.S. Requesting monthly votes in the last few hours of March. There will be an early update at midnight. Chapter 742. Senor obviously wouldn't bet on the fact that the item thrown at him wasn't a threat. He immediately dodged and flashed far away, allowing the iron cigar case sealed by the wall of spirituality to fall to the ground. Then, he opened his mouth again and let out a sharp howl. The howl that seemed to come from the depths of his spirit body made Klein's head hurt. Even though he often received damage from the ravings of the true creator, Mr. Door, and other existences, giving him a rather strong resistance against such attacks, it was inevitable that he would come to a momentary halt. His nose burned as though his capillaries had ruptured. However, his resistance and the weakening effects of bribe allowed him to only pause for an instant. And this was something Admiral of Blood Senor had no way of knowing. Therefore, Klein pretended that he didn't recover that quickly and revealed his weak side, waiting for his enemy to take the bait. In normal battles, as a wraith could use mirror-like objects to jump, making it impossible for others to determine his position ahead of time, he was unable to maintain a distance of 5 meters even if he created clumps of flames and used them to constantly flash around. His control of spirit body threads would always be interrupted the moment it had any effect. For this, he planned on taking a slight risk and making his opponent jump into the trap he had dug. He wanted to end the battle as soon as possible and escape to the cliff. Seeing that his target was clearly in a daze due to the repeated damage from the wraith's screams, Senor didn't hesitate to make his aura turn dark. Where Klein's eyes were, Admiral of Blood's figure rapidly appeared. It was abnormally small and abnormally clear. This didn't seem like a reflection of the outside world. The two tiny figures seemed to be living in his pupils. Just as the wraith's possession was about to be completed, the tattered and charred Klein bent his back slightly and calmly extended his palm to his left, as though he was a polite gentleman saying please. Creeping hunger maintained its sinister and noble black color, forcefully distorting Admiral of Blood's target. And due to the freezing halo, the surroundings were covered in frost and crystals. It was equivalent to a mirror. Above the thin layer of ice, Senor's figure in his triangular hat appeared with a slightly stunned expression. At this moment, creeping hunger switched to a deep black state as Klein spat out words filled with filth in the devil language. "Slow down!" Senor, who was about to use the mirror-like object to jump away, suddenly stiffened. His figure was outlined uncontrollably. His movements were very stiff, and his attempt failed. Because slow speed couldn't be used continuously, Klein's left glove turned pale and was dyed a dark green. Zombies! The frost on the ground intensified once again as it rapidly spread to Senor's side. It caused the slow-moving Senor to turn into a complete ice sculpture starting from his toes. Knowing that a wraith had a strong resistance to ice, Klein didn't slow down. He spent a second to make creeping hunger look like it was forged from gold. The illusory black threads in his eyes disappeared, and two dazzling bolts of silver lightning shot out from the depths of his eyes to the surface. Interrogator, psychic piercing. If it were under normal circumstances, Senor's body, which had fused with his spirit and body, would only be slightly affected. He might even suffer a backlash. However, having just escaped slow speed, and having yet to remove the ice, he could only forcefully withstand the invisible arrow that targeted his soul body. His mind felt like it had been pierced by a knife as it violently stirred. The pain spread throughout his body, making him temporarily lose his mind. By the time he snapped to his senses and prepared to continue jumping to open up a distance, the cold-looking adventurer opposite him opened his mouth once again. "Slow down. Dogsh *T. Admiral of Blood Senor's actions turned sluggish once again. Following that, he undoubtedly suffered the follow-up attacks of freeze and psychic piercing. When he barely escaped, the black-haired, brown-eyed German sparrow opened his mouth for the third time in a deadpan manner. "Slow down." Senor felt a wave of anger and despair before falling into the same cycle from before. As for Klein, who had controlled his opponent 3 times in a row, he had long begun secretly controlling Admiral of Blood's spirit body threads. In fact, the most effective method was to use death knell to deliver 2 or 3 fatal shots to the target while he was powerless to escape. However, his previous failures told him that the enemy had a mystical item that could make him luckier. Attacks that were too direct and lethal could very well lead to accidents, making it impossible to achieve the desired effect. And it was precisely because of this that he chose to gradually control his spirit body threads. Time quickly passed as Klein circled around Admiral of Blood, Senor, to dodge any attacks that might come from the Rose School demigod. As he controlled his spirit body threads, he gradually reached a state of basic control. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Senor's thoughts turned sluggish as every part of his body seemed to be covered in rust. Klein no longer had the strength to use creeping hunger again. He continued deepening his control as he moved around at a moderate pace. "No. I can't continue like this." A thought flashed through Senor's mind slowly as he condensed a transparent ice arrow in front of him. It was dyed a shade of dark green, as though it was paying homage to the surrounding forest. As for Klein, who had witnessed his opponent's slow-motion actions, he had already calmly retracted his left hand. He took out Roselle's travels from his chest and positioned himself. So, the ice arrow finally shot out. It looked like it was heading straight for Klein's chest, but midway, it suddenly changed directions and slanted upwards. This was supposed to be an abnormally sudden and fatal change, but Senor's thoughts were a lot slower. Only when the ice arrow was about to reach Klein's body did he receive the command. The change wasn't sufficient and was rather rushed. Klein easily blocked it with Roselle's travels. Senor's face seemed to turn paler. After a few seconds of thought, he slowly opened his mouth and attempted to emit a wraith's scream. Klein was already prepared as he spoke first. Bang! The air bullet quickly shot out and hit Senor's mouth, causing his head to tilt back as his teeth fell out. The scream was cut short in his throat. Seeing his control deepen bit by bit as Senor's resistance crumbled again and again, to the point where even his lunatic outbursts that were about to lose their rationality were interrupted, Klein felt a sense of delight. At this moment, the shrill, sharp, and terrifying cry of a baby suddenly sounded, echoing through the forest. Klein felt goosebumps all over his body as he dropped Roselle's travels to the ground with a thud. His brain seemed to be clenched tightly by an invisible hand as he temporarily lost his senses of everything, including his spirit-body thread. Señor's state of being controlled was removed. More than 100 meters away from them, the large black baby with swollen and wrinkled skin that looked like it had just come out of water broke free from its illusory state and returned to reality. His limbs were thin and long, and there was only an irregular hole on his face. It was filled with white teeth that circled around it. At this moment, Jack's body was covered in obvious and deep wounds. They pierced through his black, swollen skin, causing the rotting blackish-green liquid to gush out. After this Rose School demigod appeared, he no longer dodged or fled. He roared like a madman, letting out a cry that sounded like a baby's cry. It caused Klein and Señor to fall into a half-unconscious and half-painful state. Their bodies even showed signs of losing control. The four heads with golden hair and red eyes leaped out of the void as they opened their mouths and let out a silent scream, causing the terrifying cry to return to silence. Rionette, Tinker, and Jack engaged in battle once again. They alternated between the spirit world and the real world as they rapidly traversed through the leaves, weeds, insect eggs, ice crystals, and thorns. Admiral of Blood, Señor, and Klein stood in their original spots in a daze, trying their best to extricate themselves from the influence of the baby's cry. In this aspect, Señor believed that as a wraith, he had an advantage that others couldn't hope to match. The corners of his mouth subconsciously curled up a little. He had already thought of how he would deal with him next. But at this moment, the cold adventurer's gaze in his tattered clothes had already turned sober. It had only been a second since the baby's cry stopped. The abnormally experienced Klein recovered first and discovered that Señor was still in a daze. A chance. His heart stirred. He didn't attempt the unexpected long-range attacks, nor did he choose to spend more time controlling his spirit-body threads. With a stomp of his right foot, his figure leaped towards his opponent like a cheetah. His left glove was dark and gloomy as it landed behind him, condensing a gigantic weapon formed from magma and flames. Its appearance was closer to a saber. Desire Apostle, Sword of Magma. Tap. Klein's body flashed past Señor's left as the burning greatsword swept across Señor's abdomen and got stuck in the middle. With a whoosh, Señor was ignited by the pale blue flames. However, his body was only injured and he didn't lose his life. He cried out in pain. After the two brushed past each other, Klein abandoned the Sword of Magma. With a stomp of his left foot, he turned around and faced Admiral of Blood's back. He pressed the iron-black death knell to the back of his head. He didn't use a lethal strike, but instead pulled the trigger. Amidst the bang, his body suddenly trembled. This was because the spot he had stepped on seemed to be a hole. Hence, death knell suddenly slid down as the pale golden bullet struck the side of Señor's neck. Blood that was dyed dark green splattered as Admiral of Blood lost a small portion of his neck. His body fell forward and he fell unconscious, but he wasn't dead. Just as Klein was about to fire another shot, the sky suddenly darkened as an arm reached out. The arm was at least 10 meters long, and its surface was pitch black and sticky. There were strange protrusions on its surface. Some of them had skull heads, some had three-dimensional eyes, and some had sharp tongues. As soon as they appeared, the entire forest swayed. All the green leaves withered as all the vermin stiffened and died. All the beasts were either paralyzed on the ground or crazily biting themselves as their bodies were drenched in blood. The sense of danger in him was extremely intense. He suddenly closed his eyes and pounced towards the ground in front of him. Then, he rolled, grabbed Roselle's travels, and placed it in front of his face to block it. P.S. Thank you, everyone. We are finally first in the monthly vote. While we're at it, I hope for 4 months of guaranteed monthly votes. Chapter 743. I've been writing for more than 7 years, and this is the first time I've gotten first place in the overall rankings. On the 1-year anniversary of Mystery's release, Mysteries and I have no regrets about this book anymore. I'm really grateful to everyone, to every single friend. At the beginning of March, it was a normal request for guaranteed monthly votes, but I suddenly realized that no one was competing for the rankings. So, I had some ideas. I felt that this was a relatively easy chance for everyone to get first place with less burden. So, I took advantage of Little Ku's birthday to send out a single ticket, and we've maintained first place ever since. Thank you to Gu Ichuan, thank you to Dawn and Eternal Night, thank you to Watermelon, thank you to Rainbow Bear, thank you to Seal, thank you to Xiong, thank you to Passerby, thank you to Phidias, thank you to Fat Headfish, thank you to Cheese, thank you to Phoenix Sect, thank you to Pomelo, thank you to Big Tree, thank you to Frozen Fire, thank you to Proud Sword Gale, thank you to Braised Meat, thank you to Ting Ting, thank you to All Quiet A, thank you to Disillusionment, thank you to No God, thank you to Monk Cat, thank you to Demon King Xiaoyang, thank you to many friends who tipped, sent red packets, voted for monthly votes, and thank everyone who subscribed. I remember that many friends said, "I'm going to order other books to support you." It was really funny and touching. Also, thank my moderators, administrators, Uncle Chong, Little Gao, Yuri, Huahua, Inwu, and so on. They made the book review section and Q group very good. Most of the time, it was very harmonious, very silly, and very interesting. Yes, I also want to thank Sister Hui, Master Bai, Younger Sun, and many, many friends who contributed silently behind the scenes. It has nothing to do with the number of monthly vote. But Monday is the day I work out. I really don't have time, so I'll postpone it to Tuesday. Thank you again, thank you, everyone. Yes, I originally wanted to summarize my writing in March, but the third book is coming to an end. It's only a few days away, so I'll leave it for the end of the book. Chapter 744. The entire forest was withering, as though something that could destroy everything was about to descend. Just as the arm was about to fully stretch out, thick bolts of silver lightning fell from the sky, illuminating the entire mountain peak. They sizzled and connected together, turning into a cage that only existed in myths and legends, enveloping the pitch-black, sticky arm within. Dark clouds rapidly gathered high in the sky, growing eyebrows and a mouth, as though a human's face was hidden within. The huge commotion had been sensed by Sea King John Cotman in Byam City. Without any hesitation, he attacked from afar and instructed the mandated punishers to activate the corresponding sealed artifact. Rionette Tinker's figure was squeezed out of the void. Her complicated and dark black dress wasn't disheveled at all. She raised her left hand, and 2 blonde, red-eyed heads flew back, landing at the stump of her neck. The remaining 2 continued to tangle with the large black infant whose skin was swollen and wrinkled. When the cut on her neck wriggled and connected with the corresponding 2 sections, her figure suddenly expanded, as if she had turned into a Gothic castle. Patterns, vines, and decorations appeared on the surface, interweaving with each other to create a mysterious, evil, and impossible to look at directly. Klein closed his eyes tightly and used Roselle's travels to block his face. He injected his spirituality into it, but he still couldn't eliminate all the effects. His body couldn't help but tremble as he protruded one particle after another. And only at this moment did he confirm that the after-effect of using Death Knell was his fear of the dark. For the next 6 hours, he wouldn't have any more weaknesses. Thankfully, a weakness that can't be overcome doesn't mean that I won't be able to put up any resistance for a short period of time. Klein desperately closed his eyes as tears rolled down his cheeks. He didn't think too much about this problem, because the situation had already developed to a very dangerous and chaotic state. The one that descended just now seems to be stronger than Sea King. It should be an angel. However, he doesn't seem to be in a particularly good state. He didn't appear directly, but instead used the spirit world to attack. I can't rush over in time and can only consider this method? Thankfully, I received orange lights warning in advance. Otherwise, the situation would be unimaginable if this were to drag on. Klein's thoughts raced. His first reaction was to take the opportunity to escape and open up a safe distance. However, he knew that if he retreated without preparation, it would be equally dangerous. If the angel from Rose School were to give up on attacking and retract his arm, King John Cotman wouldn't have any motivation to continue pursuing him. This was because he wasn't facing a saint. He couldn't consider forcefully keeping him behind. This way, it would be very difficult for Miss Messenger, Rionette Tinker, to stop him. When that happened, he would be able to continue chasing me. I have to give him more trouble so that he can't escape for a while. I'll take the opportunity to escape from the sea where the Blue Mountain Island is. Amidst his thoughts, Klein followed the emergency plan he had in mind. He held Roselle's Travels and stuffed Death Knell in. After a few rolls, he arrived beside the iron cigar case. With a tap of his finger, he dispelled the wall of spirituality, opened the lid, and threw the tinder glove that had been corrupted by the true creator into the air, towards the source of danger. Right on the heels of that, Klein used Roselle's Travels to block above him. He opened his eyes and took out a copper whistle. This wasn't Aztec's copper whistle, but the charismatic order copper whistle he had obtained from a mysticism enthusiast back in Bakeland. It originated from a resurrected member of the charismatic order. Back then, Klein had divined what would happen if he blew the copper whistle and sent the letter. He had received an extremely dangerous revelation. At this moment, he planned on letting the extremely dangerous collide with the extremely dangerous to create a more chaotic and advantageous situation. He quickly brought the copper whistle to his mouth and blew at it. Then, in his eyes that he didn't dare look up despite having activated his spirit vision, a skull with 3 dead fish eyes appeared. Surrounding it were black tentacles that resembled appendages. Without any hesitation, Klein handed the white feather left behind by the resurrected charismatic order member to the messenger. He didn't wait for the messenger to vanish. He immediately bulged his muscles, swung his arm, and threw the copper whistle into the air, throwing it towards the source of danger. After doing all of this, he put away the iron cigar case, rolled again, and bounced up, heading straight for the cliff. During this process, he kept his head down and constantly changed his position. He didn't dare to look at the scene in midair, and he didn't dare to stop for even a moment. When he passed by the unconscious Admiral of Blood Seigneur, Klein's gaze suddenly froze. He was alarmed to discover that Seigneur had vanished. In the chaotic situation where no one could help him, the heavily injured Wraith, who was unable to maintain his spirit-body state, had vanished. Klein didn't stop as he swept his gaze. He saw dark red blood splattered on the ground in front of him, and that area was where Roselle's Travels had fallen. No way. A few drops of Admiral of Blood's blood splattered on the book's cover? This caused him to be sucked in? Klein frowned. He didn't believe it to be a good thing. He was afraid that the angels and saints sent by the Mother Tree of Desire would use the Admiral of Blood in Roselle's Travels to track him down. However, it was impossible for him to abandon the book now. Without it, Klein didn't believe that he would be lucky enough to dodge all the aftershocks and unknown fragments that could fall from the sky at any moment. Once I leave this place, I'll use my spirit body to enter and resolve the latent danger. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the running Klein jabbed his toes forward, shoveling up the soil that had been stained with Seigneur's blood. He reached out and grabbed some of it. This was what he needed to locate Admiral of Blood in the future. Tap, tap, tap. Klein ran like a snake as he held Roselle's Travels above his head. From time to time, he would make adjustments based on his premonition of danger. The book blocked out the streaking lightning and the raindrops that could corrode rock. It shielded him from the terrifying gazes that were focused on him, allowing Klein to successfully pass through the lifeless forest and arrive at the edge of the cliff. At this moment, his surroundings suddenly turned dark. It wasn't the kind of darkness that came with a heavy downpour, nor was it caused by the absence of a moon or stars. It was dead silent as it emanated the smell of decay. Murmurs that sounded far or near, high or low sounded from time to time. There was the sound of something slowly panting in midair. Klein, who was afraid of the dark, trembled. He didn't dare to look up at what was happening above his head. All he could do was notice a few white feathers stained with yellowish oil swirling down from the sky when the lightning lit up. He took a step forward with his right foot and rushed out of the cliff before plummeting straight down. He fell out of the darkness and saw light. Then, he fell into a huge mouth that had been prepared for a long time. The mouth didn't have any teeth. It suddenly closed and sank to the bottom of the sea. According to their prior agreement, it quickly swam towards a reef outside Blue Mountain Island. It was a gigantic seabed creature with 16 fins on its back. In the lightless darkness, Klein instinctively curled up into a ball and trembled helplessly. However, he managed to barely restrain his emotions and took out the priest of light beyonder characteristic that he had prepared to deal with a wraith. It originated from the glove from before. Pure light emitted from the transparent stone-like object, dispersing Klein's fear. He was just about to consider whether he should wait for the outcome or attempt to do something when he suddenly felt the back of his hand itch. He hurriedly looked down and saw that the pores there had opened up, growing some white fluff. These fluff rapidly grew as though they were about to turn into feathers. Klein immediately felt that every part of his body was itching. The fellow that the copper whistle got is really dangerous. Klein was rather experienced. He immediately stood up, took 4 steps counterclockwise in the seabed creature's mouth, and chanted an incantation. His spirit body once again passed through the grayish-white fog that was filled with countless ravings and roars. Black-green gases drilled out of his body as they struggled with all their might, but they vanished without any resistance. After returning to the palace that looked like a giant's residence, Klein examined his spirit-body state again and discovered that it had returned to normal. There wasn't a single black-green gas or white feather. Phew, it worked. He exhaled and immediately returned to the real world. Under the illumination of the priest of light beyonder characteristic, Klein saw that the white fluff on the back of his hand still existed, but it had lost the ability to continue growing. There were more or less traces on other parts of his body, but they weren't too obvious. Yes, when Mr. Aztec comes, there should be a way to resolve the remaining problems. Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he inwardly drew the crimson moon and prayed to the goddess for Mr. Aztec's quick arrival. At that moment, Rionette Tinker's figure appeared in front of him. Miss Messenger had 3 heads on her head, and she held one in her hand. Compared to before, she looked even more lively. She stretched out her empty left palm and grabbed Klein's shoulder, bringing him directly into the spiritual world and shuttling through it quickly. Amidst the layers of bright colors, Klein only felt a little dizzy before he returned to reality and found himself on a reef. Rionette Tinker's 4 heads glanced at each other. "It's safe. Next time, remember to pay." After saying that, she disappeared as if she had something important to do. To think that she can do that. If I knew this would happen, I would have gotten Miss Messenger to use such a method to take me away. However, from the looks of it, she doesn't seem to be in a good state. This is probably a form and method she wouldn't normally use. As Klein sighed, he placed the priest of light beyonder characteristic into his pocket, leaving only Roselle's travels outside. Just as he was about to look around and confirm his current location, another hand reached out and grabbed his shoulder. Klein jumped in fright as he hurriedly turned his head and realized that it was Mr. Aztec. Aztec grabbed his shoulder and brought him into the spiritual world. They quickly ran through the layers of bright colors. "Actually, I'm already safe." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched, but he didn't say those words out loud. P.S. Update first before making changes. Please ensure a monthly ticket after 2 chapters today. There will be 3 chapters tomorrow.